Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I forgot. Okay, good. I did actually turn on my microphone. Hello everyone. Hello. I need to tweet that I am here. I need to tweet and I need to tweet and skeet that I am here. Let me handle that because I know I forgot something of my pre-stream ritual. I know I forgot something of the pre-stream ritual. I hope everyone is having a lovely day. I hope everyone is having a lovely day. And Skeet is done, tweet is done. There we go. There we go. There we go. Did I forget my ass? I did not. I did not forget my ass. My ass is as ever present in the future. It is as ever hypothetical. But welcome in, everyone. Blue Rose, this is a great emote. Sorry, I'm just like scanning through the background a little bit. Blue Rose has an excellent. Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of TennoCon content because I am lazy, and watching things takes energy. But I did see that they are announcing some. They're doing some. Oh yes. Oh my goodness, that's what I really forgot. Yeah, go for it. I heard that they're introducing some really enormous changes. Noir Frame, as they put it. What an insane company. What a wild and wacky company. I'm not gonna lie, I am thinking a little bit about gaming and what gaming is as an industry a little bit. I am kind of thinking about this a little bit. And Warframe is a game that kind of provokes some thoughts on this, right? That like Warframe and Digital Extremes are not like allowing themselves to they're not allowing themselves to rest on their laurels, and most other gaming companies, right, are falling into this. The big news, I should say, the big news in gaming in general, is the big narrative is that no matter what you do as a company, no matter how good your game performs, everyone is going to get fired. And they are going to prioritize firing smaller products before larger products. That seems to be the overall what is happening in... I am fairly compelled by Banshee rework, yeah. Banshee is a frame that I kind of like, but I think that she is kind of boring. Like, she's a decent support frame, but she's ultimately pretty boring to play. And usually when people try to make new versions of her, it's been worse. Yeah, well, I mean, like, what she provides that is truly unique is ways to do damage that are way outside of the normal damage scaling. Like, she provides damage multipliers that are massively higher than the other support frames can provide. Like, Nova and, what's that name? The one that, the gender fluid one. What's the gender fluid Warframe's name? What's the gender fluid Warframe's name? Equinox, yeah. Equinox and Nova, like, can double the damage that your team does, which is pretty sick. But Banshee can get you, like, 12x plus, right? Like, Banshee can get you, like, 12 times plus multipliers. And that's pretty impressive, but the game's already just so fast. Yeah, yeah. The people I know who are like really pushing Soundquake, I thought that was a dumb way to play the game. That they're just like, we're just gonna go to the objective and then just stunt. Like, I will hit 4 and then I will go take a potty break and then like the objective will be completed. And I was like, oh, this is boring. Equinox probably needs a rework. Equinox was never a favored frame of mine. I feel like Equinox doesn't need a rework as badly as Frost. Last time, admittedly, I'm not like super up to date, so maybe they have to read on Frost. But Frost is really, I don't know. Loki's always had utility. Loki has always had utility. Frost is super... Oh, that's a shame. Frost is super iconic. Frost has some of the best skins in the game. People love the way that Frost looks. But, like, Frost is... got a really dumb kit. But yeah, the... I don't know. I'm thinking about this way that games... not, like, in general. Like, way outside of Warframe. Like, Xbox just laid off, like, half of the people that work for them. That's like Xbox games just fired like half of their entire staff and like spun off a bunch of studios, and like that is really kind of just in the service of like, I don't know, like saving money, like shepherding resources for like, I don't even know what, right? Like shepherding resources for like Call of Duty, to like make the shell ejecta when you fire a gun in Call of Duty look slightly better. And, like, this exists alongside, like, last night, I played, Iron Nest. And Iron Nest is a 2-person development studio. And Iron Nest, that is a juicy game. Like, that is an impressive game. That I am really impressed with them, with the Iron Nest guys and what they did. I am really impressed, which is a good reminder. I was really having fun. Shadowroo really loved it. Sybil was squealing, right, when she was watching it in chat. Hold on a second, I'm just writing down a to-do list item. I'm not even sure I'm the person who was the most made for, but it was very much a game made for me. That's very much a game that is, like, in my wheelhouse. But even if it's not, like, the gameplay that is the type of person you are, it's, like... the way that the atmosphere and vibe are sold, Mikks. It's not just that it's like this crunchy milsim stuff. It's like the atmosphere and the environment and the sound effects and the animations all play together to make this really interesting vibe, right? That is like horrifyingly impersonal. Which I think really works well with artillery, right? Like as a concept. Like part of the horror of artillery and the horror of World War I was that combat had become so impersonal and thus unhonorable. That it had become aheroic. Which is even worse than it being anti-heroic. Okay, oh, thank you, Mystic Art Studio. Hold on, I haven't done the hellos yet, but I'll do this one first. I'll do this first. Give me a second. All right, hope that was good. Hope that was good. Let me get in the hellos. I've been live for over 20 minutes, so it's a good time to get in hellos. Hello, Seriebot. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. Hello, Weeabiscuit. Hello, Mikks. Oh, we had a raid from Sheris that I was not paying attention to at all. How is Grand Blue Fantasy, Sheris? Hello, Blue Rose. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. Hello, Theo. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Hello, Gamma. Hello, Sakura Rose. Hello, Gringotts Underwriter. Hello, Clarinets97. Hello, Mystic Art Studio. And am I missing anybody? I think that is everyone except for, of course, the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much all for being here. Thank you all very much all for being here. Thank you very much for being here. But yes. How's Grand Blue Fantasy? And also for the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am 25 minutes late to answering this, but I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who love old things. Today is going to be a calligraphy stream, which is kind of my main content, and my big gimmick is that I am a calligrapher. I do calligraphy. I write funny little letters with calligraphy tools. I think today I am going to use different pens. I've been doing dip for a while, but I am out of black ink. I am out of black speedball ink. I have ordered more. But the inkwell is small, is dry enough that I can't actually dip the nib in there efficiently. So I will do fountain, I guess. I'll do fountain pen today. I have a couple of people to write birthday letters to. Mystic Art Studios, enjoy your lurk. Aziza Clark, Pro Stoic, and Book of VTubers does not have a birthday, but I think I should try to write some sort of condolence letter for Book of VTubers. I might not do so tonight. Because, you know, oh yeah, no, Mikks, I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised by that. I am more kind of going for exactly what you're describing, right? Getting involved emotionally with the work in a role-playing experiential way is the thing that big studios are spending tons of money on. This is kind of where I'm actually going with this point, right? Is that this is that creating that is the thing that is why Rockstar Games spends the kind of budget that it does on GTA and Red Dead Redemption. Like, that is the reason why they do that. What justifies that kind of budget and the kind of staffing and crew that they have for those kinds of games. And then Iron Nest just does it with 2 guys in a basement. Like, that's where I'm going with it. Is that this isn't something that takes that kind of mass budgeting. It just doesn't require that, I don't think. Yeah, it's something that I don't have a ton of. It's not something I find very impressive as a quest. I think I've talked about this more than people care to hear. It's not something I find super impressive as a mission statement to just be like, oh yeah, we're going to, like, instead of allowing, like, yeah, it's I can say a lot less about what happens with movies because I'm not around them nearly as much. Um, yeah, well, it's... Here's how it kind of looks like me to the extent that I have any actual knowledge, right? Here's how it kind of looks like to me to the extent that I have any meaningful amounts of knowledge, which is that, for major motion picture studios, they have a desire to control the properties that they make and to make money off of them in predictable ways. Particularly the studios of today, when I think about them compared to studios, decades ago, they seem to be willing to accept lower expected value in exchange for lower variance. I think that's kind of interesting because it seems like people have been pointing this out for a while, that this isn't the highest. If you were trying to profit maximize, this is actually not a good strategy. It is actually not a good strategy to shepherd your resources into the lowest variance outcomes. In fact, there's very few places where that's true. Almost everything on the planet is something where highly efficient outcomes require accepting a certain amount of unpredictable loss. Well, and it's interesting in the case of the movie industry because usually the behavior is the opposite, right? Usually risk tolerance is much higher among the wealthy than among poor people. That's the norm. And that's largely because of the fairly straightforward fact that the consequences of mistakes fall much more heavily on people who are at the margins of existence. Well, I mean, not knowing when something will be successful is the same as unpredictable loss, right? That is the same. From a movie-making perspective, those are the same thing. Unpredictable loss and unpredictable success are just, it's just where you put the negative sign. They are from a decision-making process standpoint, they're the same. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, and I'm talking about economically, and this is again, I'm trying to highlight the irrationality of it, right? But yeah, the norm in most human endeavors about the relationship between class and risky behavior is that wealthier people take riskier behaviors, and valorize riskier behaviors more, right? They tend to, people from higher class statuses tend to valorize risk more. And that's true, long term. My first thought on this is thinking about the Mitt Romney era Republicans, who are largely extinct at this point, who would openly talk about increasing riskiness as just a good thing for society to do. That assuming risk is by itself a valorous action to do that should be encouraged and that should be rewarded, right? That you should have which leads to an insanity, right? Which leads to a total insanity, which is a willingness to an implied desire to risk, to get guaranteed outcomes from taking risks, which is intrinsically stupid, which is obviously stupid, and Well, I mean, so here's the thing, Mikks, is that there's an extent to which they do, and they're often misinterpreting. Oh yeah, true. I'll get to that in a minute. They're often, I think, misinterpreting what is risky, right, about the behaviors, right? They'll talk about investing in stocks as a form of risk, and then people being adverse to investing in stocks as being a form of risk adversity. But for people who are not that wealthy, this is not really the serious consideration. The real serious consideration is, like, doing stuff that can actually get you fucking killed, right? No, it's okay. We'll get to the dating in a moment. We can get to the dating in a moment, assuming I remember, right? Because I am a creature of the ADHD. Like, but yeah, oh, and I need to make sure my feed is larger. Adam Generator, thank you for the follow. Hold on, did I miss anything? Adam Generator, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Hello. I am discussing risk profile and risk acceptance and risk aversion. And yeah, in the case of, like, people, I think that it's right to point out that a lot of people do seem to want to have the results of risk without the experience of risk. And in the case of movies, I think that part of the bias on the part of larger studios towards trying to solve the mega blockbuster, right? That seems to be the strategy. The strategy seems to be that there is a mega blockbuster that is a solvable item, and that you can invent a formula for a creative formula, so to speak. I know the paradox there, and I know that Mikks is going to hate this, but a formula that the artists follow. You know, the director and the actors do X, Y, and Z things, and then if all of those things are followed, you can pump any amount of money into it, and you will always get the return that you want out of it. I just thought you would object to say the phrase creative formula. That's what I thought you would object to. It's just like literally the phrase creative formula. I thought that would just kind of rankle you immediately. I don't think it's the best phrasing either. But they seem to want this, and I think a lot of why they want it is because if you have that, right? If you have that, then that means that money is just the winning part of the formula. Then that means that having capital up front is the most important element of whether or not you make a successful movie. And that means that you have nothing to fear from the people who do not have enormous amounts of money. I think that's why this is so appealing to them, and that they are willing to make less money in the pursuit of that. Harley W. Adam, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, no, and I'm with you, Adam Generator. I'm with you. It's my actual favorite movies tend to be, like, the movies I really crave are, like, weird movies with, like, 3 actors. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about. Don't worry about. What is this emote? This is a cute emote. That's okay. That's what's going on there. I thought it was like a. That was like a chocobo like running poorly. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of I am thinking about this very much from like an economics perspective because that tends to be how I think. That tends to be how I kind of think. Uh, uh, that actually sounds awesome. That actually sounds awesome. Do you want to just come on, Mikks? Do you want to just come on, Mikks? Because I think I kind of hit the main interesting point that I had that I want to like really lecture about. That I really want to like bang on about. Yeah. Okay. That's Jazzahall. That's jazzy. That's jazz. I was going to ask how Invisible War was, but I know how Invisible War was, and it was terrible because it's Invisible War. Because it sucks. It's a terrible game. It's dreadful. It's dreadful. It's awful. It's awful. It really is. It really is. It's honestly kind of amazing. So I have not played every Deus Ex game. I have played Deus Ex, Invisible War, and Human Revolution. I know that there are some that come after Human Revolution. And the way I would describe it is that the original Deus Ex is like a 4 out of 5 game, right? It's like a 4-star game. And I think that Human Revolution is like a pretty clear like 2 or 3. Pretty clear like 2 or 3. It's like a fine game, but not a really compelling game. Invisible War genuinely is like a 1-star game. Invisible War sucks. It's so bad. And it's really kind of, like I said this on Jazzahall's chat, it is bad in ways that you're not expecting. Also, hello, Winday. Hello, Winday. It is bad in ways that you are not expecting and that I don't think were reasonable to predict. And I think that that's something that happens a lot with a lot of really bad games, is that they're just like very bad in dumb ways. Gringotts, this is true. This is very true. Horror is extremely overrepresented in the highest ROI, films. Yeah, Jazzahall just plays stuff. Jazzahall will just play stuff. I feel like the main unifying thing that Jazzahall that like unifies Jazzahall's stream games is they're janky. That seems to be the big thing. Well, I'm just taking a big stretch. And I'll do squats today. I didn't go for a run today, so I'll do squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's left leg, and now right leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And hello, Toxic Red Flag. And hello, Shark Ray. Hold on a second. Hold on just a second. Oh. Feet are cold. Gotta switch socks. Well, I mean, the thing about horror is that I think part of why I do wonder if part of the reason why horror winds up being overrepresented in the high ROI category, because I think that's true of games as well. I think that it's not just movies. I think it's games as well. I think it might be because of the high internal network effects of the horror community that the people who like horror and watch horror are very aggressive about proselytizing to each other and about selling their favorite works to each other. And they also care deeply about being in on the conversation with other horror fans. And I think that causes what's the name for it? I think Gringotts, you know the name for this. Is it accelerator effect? Accelerator bet? Hello, Mikks. Unfortunately, I've become even more of an economist while you were gone.
And I was listening the entire time. So
okay, good. Yeah.
I just want to be very clear here. I don't have any problem whatsoever. I think I might be invisible.
I think. Hold on a second. People can hear Mikks, right?
Hey, can you guys hear me? I'm Mikks.
Oh yeah, I might not have the source visible. I don't think I've got the source visible. I was going to change the source anyway while I was thinking about it, but we'll use the regular source anyway. Oh wow, you're huge. Okay.
I'm very large. Hello.
You're gigantic. I'm gonna turn off studio mode because I think it's just causing me to make more mistakes.
I had my electronic camouflage active. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. There you are. Normal size. I need to work on a specific just chatting scene. I've got an idea for one, and I should talk with my background artist about it.
Nice.
Mikks does not appreciate being petted. Not that kind of bird. And let me. But yeah. So.
I just want to be very clear that I have no opposition to the conversation being economic, right?
Yeah.
It's mostly that I have a relatively limited scope to which I can personally contribute that much to the conversation without getting into my own areas of expertise, right? Because, my knowledge tells me, right, is... Well, yes, but the economy doesn't just exist. It exists because people think in a certain and feel in a certain way. Why do they feel and think that way, right? It all gets tangled up eventually, of course, right? That's the dark truth of like all of the human analytical sciences. The actual answer is because of all of this.
Yeah. To catch anybody up here who might have been a little bit unfamiliar with our chats, which I know at least one person here has not been here before. I am a sociologist by training. Mikks is a psychologist by training. These two fields overlap considerably, and it's often a difference in emphasis and technique between the two fields, and to the extent that these tend to come to very different conclusions is often because it's not because sociologists don't think that psychological effects are important, because that's an insane thing to think. That's madness. Yeah. It's that sociologists tend to be looking for, not necessarily believe are more important, but looking for, because this is the nature of being a sociologist at all as a job, they tend to be looking for things that are emergent properties of group dynamics that are not obvious like psychological conclusions, which, to be fair, don't always even happen at all, right? Like it doesn't. And yeah, Gringotts is discussing an investment technique that I was alluding to that I think is This is a way that older film studios tended to do production, was that they tended to invest in a fairly broad range of different types of movies. The 70s style of film investing would be that you would have a fairly wide... You would invest a little bit of money into a bunch of different, like, horror films and cheap comedies and indie art films, and just assume that, one, some percentage of those are going to be just runaway hits that you can't predict. And two, that's also where your award-winning movies are. And award-winning movies have very important value to you as a company that are not obvious monetarily.
Incredibly significant branding.
Yeah, they're important long-term investments, is what they are.
Yes,
right.
Not even just long-term investments. They are important for the cultural value that it brings your company and the degree to which it emplaces your company within the cultural milieu. Right.
Yeah, and it makes you as an investor, you as a producer, importantly, because the producers, I think, are the most important people here, even more than the investors. But it makes you as a producer and look serious, right? It makes your social cachet among other producers go up, and two, makes it much easier for you to work with actors. It reduces the amount of money you have to spend on getting big budget actors to work for you. It decreases the amount of effort you have to put into advertising future works. So yeah, like this is
from
where
a strictly creative perspective, it also allows you to make riskier moves creatively.
Yes.
Because people have more trust in you.
Yes. There's stuff that you can...
The other creators have more trust in you. Yeah. Investors have more trust in you. And that's very important.
To put it...
Yeah, go ahead.
To put it in D&D terms, it is lowering the success value.
Yes.
Of your future skill checks. Like, you didn't actually get any better at making movies, but people give you more benefit of the doubt for stupid shit you do going forward.
And one of the really important things about this is that to iterate that, or rather to say, to actually speak out loud, the word is escaping me, that
verbalize
these things, to verbalize this, right?
Yeah.
It's not inherently bad to do these things.
No.
Even beyond the fact that most things aren't inherently good or inherently bad, right? To behave like this, to make decisions economically based on risk management and risk profile and building your brand and building your prestige, can have a very, at the worst, neutral end of enabling creativity, enabling the art form, enabling you to engage more deeply, more widely, more wildly with the art form because you have this safety net. Yep. And that's important mentally as well, not just in terms of your social safety net. If you can look back on your successes and say, okay, I achieved all these things, I can take a risk here, that helps you try the thing that might be really special. Because you never know in the arts, right? You never know when you have something that might be really special. You might have some idea. You might have a belief, but ultimately it's just faith until you're proven right or wrong by society.
Yeah.
And that can take hundreds of years.
This is true. And it's really difficult to tell when you have the thing on hand that you actually want or that will accomplish, or if you're going to even accomplish the goals that you care about, right? It's very complicated to even tell if you succeeded. But yeah, so the 70s way of doing things would be you have a budget, you have a bucket of your funding that goes into, your Romeros and stuff like that. And Shark Ray, I'll get to explaining what I mean here in a little bit. And then you have a series of like mid-budget type films, and particularly up until the mid-90s, maybe early 2000s, the main thing that made a movie like reliable was that you have the right actors attached to it. That
And
like
once in a while, the right director.
once in a while, sometimes the right director, but yeah, you have names that people like.
The personage.
Yeah, you have
respectable and appealing. Right?
Yeah. More so than the premise or the advertising, you would be like, Jack Nicholson is in this movie.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Very Broadway is what it was.
Yeah, very Broadway and what we very movie star. And this movie star conceit has really died. It's not that there are no important actors, but the average age of the important actor has been escalating quite rapidly, and they don't really carry films in the same way that they used to. And
this is true. Now they do, from an artistic perspective, once again, not to distract too much, right?
Yeah.
But from the perspective of selling the film to an audience, in fact, I find that sometimes it is deleterious to selling the film in the same way, in a different way than the fidelity conversation that started this this discussion, right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to get too much on that. I'll get to my points on this subject after you conclude yours.
So this is an older way of doing things, and really big budget. The kind of budgets that we spend on movies now would be unthinkable for a lot of film history, because even the narrow possibility that the film could fail was unacceptable, right? Was an unacceptable form of risk, right? It's very hard to convince most people who are good with money to liquidate their savings to bet it all on one thing. Like, that's very hard to convince most people to do. And so you can see why, right? Like spending $500 million on a single film was just like unthinkable, because like, how would you make $1 billion+ back? And the movie, the kind of potential that exists back then, and even now, right? This continues, right? Like, nobody has yet made a $10 billion movie. They might at some point in the future, but then you're looking at how in the world. It would
be James Cameron. And
it would probably be James Cameron at the rate that we're going. We could end up with we could live in the absolute nightmare world where the first $10 billion movie is directed by Elon Musk.
He'd do that.
He would. He has $1 trillion. He would do that.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I think he should try to direct 3 $10 billion movies, and I think they should all make negative money.
Yeah, I would prefer.
That would be really funny.
I mean, it wouldn't be the dumbest financial move that he has managed to survive. So,
I don't even. I just want anything that gets his money away from him is something that I am okay with.
Yeah, if he managed to spend $10 billion on paying effect artists, and like gaffers, like, cool. It would be hard to even spend it, right? It's kind of my point. It would be hard both to spend it, and it's like difficult to imagine
the entire city of New York to act in his movie.
Yeah, it's difficult to imagine how you would make the money back, right? No, I mean, you know, he's way too racist and way too political about that. He would pay $1 million each to a white South African conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
as the extras. Like, that's how he would do it. But the anyway, the way that things have changed is that I don't know what different people have different ideas about what the tipping point is. I am not that much of a movies guy. I think a lot of people tend to point to Lord of the Rings. I kind of think that we start seeing a lot of acceleration in this direction with Jurassic Park. The first movie that fits into this mold is Star Wars, right? Of like the special effects driven action film as like a blockbuster type of film. Like it's Jaws and Star Wars were big in it, but yeah.
Star Wars, a little bit earlier, it's mostly horror movies, like the original Body Snatchers or The Day They Stood Still was actually really expensive for its day.
Yeah,
Right?
that's true. That's a good one. But I think people tend to point to like Lord of the Rings and to a lesser extent the Star Wars prequels as starting a real trend towards you may like the thing that sells a movie to an audience is the premise and the spectacle.
You have ads coming up, by the way.
Oh, how far off are they?
Right
Oh,
now.
they're in. They are in progress right now. I will use the bathroom and then we will continue this when I am back. I will let you be big, if you are okay with it.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll chat with the people who can see me. Yep, go.
I'm just looking for myself to turn off. Okay, there we go.
Him gone. Hello, chat. It is me. I'm large. Yeah, I don't want to go too much on the conversational topic, like drift too much off to confuse people. I'll just say hello to folks. Hello, Gringotts. Hi, Sharkray. Folks from my community. Hi, Zaris. How you doing? Yeah, I did in fact steal his shark since I'm standing on the desk, as you can tell, right? I do want to say that I have a lot to say on the subject of specifically horror movies and the horror genre and its accessibility and popularity and the degree to which it is fucking can't pronounce that word, evangelized by its aficionados. And I'm sure we will get to that at some point after it will drift that direction. I'm taking notes to, have a couple things that I have a couple things that I want to say in regards to the internet and the way that online fan communities have shifted pretty much everything in media consumption towards Trekkies. Everybody's Trekkies now. Every property has to be for Star Trek. Everything has to be hyper obsessive. And I find that very interesting from both a sociological and a psychological perspective. Because with the matter of like film variety, film studios having a portfolio, right? Like having a spread that they presented, is kind of a relic of an era where people can't become super fans, right? It's kind of a product of this certain era of, well, a very long era of media that existed prior to people being more connected with each other and able to share their interests and find and curate their interests that exceeds any other time in human history. So I hope we get to talk about that a little bit because that's a really interesting topic, I think, right? But yeah, we are back from ads. Hello.
Yes, we are. I was trying to time myself to be
perfect timing.
Yes. But yeah, the
I am hiding you. They cannot see you. Yeah.
yeah. But the why is there things in his mouth? Because he's hungry. But yes.
I am an entirely normal bird who is definitely not full of cotton.
Yeah, definitely not full of cotton. Definitely not.
And you can hear no electronic humming coming from me whatsoever, and my eyes do not click like cameras, I promise. Yeah, I won't spoil it. I thought Obsession was very good. I saw it 2 days ago. Excellent. I thought it was very good. I thought it was a fucked up ass movie. And that's very interesting. Right?
Yeah.
Fucked up ass movie that manages not to drive into just body horror or gore or anything like that. So I appreciate that about horror, right? But yeah, I was just like telling people a couple of my thoughts on like what we might get to discussing after after the current part of the subject, right?
So where I was going for what I was saying to Sharkray, because I think this is a kind of interestingly complicated points, or at least maybe I'm not explaining it as smoothly and cleanly as I'd like. That if you are, the rhetorical you in this question, are a ultra wealthy investor type of person, if you make your money, if what you bring to the table in the conversation is money, right? If that's what you are bringing to the conversation and what you are adding to the movie dynamic is that you have a giant pile of money, then you have a personal interest and a social and class interest in pushing the economy and the criteria for success in your field to be more and more expensive. You actually want to reduce the ability of artists to break into it. This is not good for movies in general, but if you are a person whose the thing that you are bringing to the table is a giant pile of money and not a lot of ideas and not a lot of creativity and not a lot of adventurous spirit and not a lot of things to say, but a giant pile of money, then pushing what makes a successful movie to being more and more about just having a lot of money up front is good for you. You want that. And that means erecting that leads to, by necessity and almost by definition, erecting barriers to entry that are money shaped. I am once again going to one of my old wells of people are willing to do a lot of things in order to make themselves feel better about their social position and their social status.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah.
I think that this is very true. I think from a psychological perspective, you approach it differently, but you come to the same conclusion. Which is that it's just the kind of actions that we suggest that you take are different, and the scale on which we operate is different, right? That's the thing we often bump into with our sociological, psychological conversations, which is that I'm like, how can I convince these 5 people to not be shitheads? And you're like, how can we convince society not to listen to those 5 people?
I am.
It's very fun.
It's fun. It's fun. I think it's a large part of why I am often a less frustrated person than you. Yeah, because I look at a lot of people and I'm just like, well, this person's just not open to persuasion, so I don't need to try to persuade them. I can just pretend they don't exist. And you tend to view that as a challenge to be surmounted.
I have a very, very high estimation of my ability to convince people of things. To the point where it is quite deleterious to me. I'm using that word a lot today, apparently. Due to the fact that I am deeply suspicious of people who are convinced by anything that I say. Because I worry that there may be some X factor that I am not accounting for in why they are listening to me, right? One of the things that I'm always very worried about is that I am generally considered fairly attractive. And I also know that oftentimes people who are considered fairly attractive are given wiggle room. Yeah. And I'm uncomfortable with that.
I mean, I have a similar setup. I have a related, not quite exactly the same insecurity that people tend to overestimate my expertise.
Same.
And the people who I talk about this often on stream, right? That I really try to disclaim authorities that I do not feel, levels of authoritativeness I do not feel I have earned. If I think I haven't again, I think that people often kind of assume that because I'm like a white guy with glasses with a northeastern North American accent, I just kind of know everything about everything. And it's I have quite a few experiences of, working for, women who were considerably more expert than me on a subject where I
Yep.
was functionally just their assistant, and then people would direct questions towards me and only believe me when all I did was like, they would like ask me a question that I'd like look at my boss and be like, I just repeat the question and then repeat it back to the person, like repeat what she said back to them.
I have a funny related story here. Right?
Yeah.
Which is that my also much more capable and intelligent than me female bosses have decided to approach this in a different way, which is it's so useful to have a white guy in a suit around.
It can be very useful. Yeah,
you can talk to all the other white guys in the suit while I do the real work.
Yep.
It's extremely funny, right?
I have had that job task before of I called it running interference. Like
I call it carrying the books. Right? That's typically how I refer to the sort of tasks that I do for my employers, which is I do all of the tasks that are beneath them. Because they have real thinking person jobs to do.
Green Gossip
chatting, right?
Green Gossip is very much tanking.
Yeah, pretty much tanking. Yep.
Yeah. As a blank woman. This is something that's come up quite a bit in my life. And anyway, this is it's a good opportunity here to say that like I said, in the case of movies, I have some amount of knowledge, but a huge percentage of that knowledge is black, not black. Which is it? We have biscuit. I assumed it was a typo for black in the first place.
I assume that you are being ravaged by autocorrect right now. We have
yeah. This is AI's level of racism is they cannot even believe somebody can be both a woman and black at the same time. So that's substitute blank. That's where autocorrect has gotten.
I've always kind of. I don't think I've ever had a male boss, actually. And so I've spent most of my life, being around women who have authority over me, who... How do I put this?
I'm sorry, we have this having a horrible night right here.
No.
The Black Roman. Remember, folk, a significant percentage of the Romans were black, including at least 2, probably several more emperors.
The Black Roman sounds like also like the premise of like a dark horror story of some sort, right? Where it's like, because you could just put black in front of anything and it becomes spookier in fantasy.
Yeah. It's that does feel like it's one of those things. Is like an output of. To me, it always feels like I kind of like Eastern European thing to me. Like
It's legitimately Slavic.
Yeah, because I associate. You know more about military stuff
God.
than I do. I was thinking about like military units would be called like, the black whatever. Company. Yeah, the Black Company, stuff like that. I'm the only dude in my workplace that works as a tourist guy. Yep. I mean and that means I'm assuming, Adam Generator, that you get a fair number of people who will ask you questions that are way outside your expertise or knowledge, and they just don't understand that like some of your coworkers know more than you on the topic.
Yep. I find that people, at least again, I am slightly suspicious of this always, but usually I am very happy to defer. And basically say, hey, so I don't actually know the answer to that, but I know somebody who does. And that is usually taken pretty well because I guess I'm being given a lot of credit as somebody who knows a lot of people and is very well connected, right? But yeah, I get what I think we're kind of in the same like general space here of being a little bit like, please don't overestimate me.
Yeah. Please don't overestimate me. Please don't overestimate me. Hello, Flea Flicker. But anyway, yeah. That's kind of, like I said, that's kind of like my main hypothesis about the movie industry side of things is that movies have always had this kind of complicated partnership between people who make lots of this long spectrum of partnership between people who have the privilege and have the money to just like be investors and be producers, the producer's job is to some extent to pick winners.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's kind of like a certain extent to like what your...
It's basically the same role as a publisher.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, we call that in editing. We talk about commissioning editing, right? We talk about commissioning as a task that's independent from other forms of editing, and commissioning is mostly about picking winners as a skill.
To draw the parallel between video games and film. However, in particular, I think that's the role of the game publisher, not the developer, but the publisher, right? Is basically playing the role of the producer, even though games.
Did he cut out for anybody else? He just kind of cut out mid-sentence for me. Mikks, are you dead? I think Mikks might be dead. Okay, but I'm not dead, so that's a good sign. And my connection appears to be holding steady. It appears that his has kicked the bucket suddenly and violently. Oh well. Thank you, Theo. Thank you, Theo, for the confirmation. But there's an extent to which, like, picking winners and being a finance guy who has the position to be a winner picker is a skill set.
There we go.
There, you're back. You're back.
Yeah, it was my Discord disconnected, I guess. I was wondering if it was me or you.
Yeah, I was just kind of reiterating that, there's an extent to which there's a skill set, but it's also a skill set that, particularly in the case of movies, has always relied a lot on being in a very financially privileged position. Like, no matter how good of a person is at actually having the skill of picking a winner, if they don't have the liquidity to back that up, it doesn't matter, right? Like, they're not going to be given the chance. There's not, to my knowledge, I think there probably are a handful of them, and they're very obscure people. It is not a major category of person in Hollywood of being like the guy who looks at a movie that has already gotten like a script and maybe a couple of people attached to it and then goes, this is going to be a winner and I'm going to be right about this. That's, I guess to a certain extent, that's a gambler. You can gamble on that nowadays on Polymarket, but in general, it's not really been an option. And I think that if you are this person, and if you are this person in either video games or in movies, again, like, you benefit from keeping the actual art freaks out.
Yeah.
Like, it's good for you to hurt them and prevent them from winning.
It's kind of interesting how this is kind of like a perversion of the patronage of the arts as well. Yes. Now patronizing the arts has become about the patron of the arts rather than, it always was a matter of prestige, but ultimately it was having beautiful things created that you get to take part in, right?
Yes.
Like that's kind of what patronage of the arts was when it was like a form of noblesse oblige, right? Noblesse oblige. Whereas now, because of capitalism, it just kind of is about making bank account go up, making prestige go up so bank account can go up, right? And, I actually do agree with your theory that social prestige is like the highest form of like profit that is being sought, right? But so much of it in America, which is where Hollywood is attached to the idea of being financially successful. Having a lot of money to spend on things that make even more money, right? And is like considered prestigious in its own right.
And it's kind of interesting that there is a trajectory that, if you are, honestly, unless you are like a true Zoomer, you probably saw this. You were probably cognizant of this, that it was slightly embarrassing for a long time to have your only skill be having a lot of money and correctly guessing how to make more money. Like, even like being a good businessman was often understood as like having an intellectual understanding of your field and understanding how things work together to turn profits, but just being a person who has a stack of money and have that be the beginning and end of your argument was something that like was seen as much more embarrassing even 20 years ago.
To use a media example, characters like Bruce Wayne are very embodiment, kind of like the embodiment, the feckless rich layabout who just gives money to passion projects and stuff like that, right? Is kind of like the stereotype here, right? The sort of like you can't do anything. You just have a lot of money. You can't actually do anything, right? You're not anybody who does anything, right? Is kind of the critique being leveled at you, right? And then something shifted at some point.
Yeah, and it's not truly exclusively there yet, right? It's not like this is a spectrum, and it's not like there's like a binary. We don't not quite exist in the world where that's like the only thing that people notice or care about. And a good way of expressing this is that being a Silicon Valley engineer up until about 2 years ago was a similar income job as being a doctor, and yet people don't work hard at trying to convince their children to become software engineers. But they do try to convince their children and support their children becoming doctors. And a good way of putting this is that an MD, if you have a full MD and are working as an accredited doctor in pretty much anywhere in the world, you are pretty much immediately a pillar of your community. Whereas if you are making $100,000, $400,000 a year in the San Francisco Bay, you are a nuisance.
Yep.
It's
pretty much.
So that's like it's not like money has completely won, but it is considerably further ahead than it was even during the Reagan era as like a justification and like a rationale for like why somebody is like a good and valuable person.
A lot of this has trickled down, get it, from the Reagan era.
Yeah. It's a trajectory it's a trajectory that has continued. Not without interruption or backsliding, but it has.
And this is because we live in a capitalist society, which means the capitalists have a vested interest, in multiple senses of that phrase, in having being a capitalist, i.e. the one with the capital, be a prestigious and valorous occupation.
And it's worth pointing out that like even like a good piece of evidence that like they're not winning as much as you might worry they are is that Elon Musk is still really, really concerned with convincing people that like he is a pro gamer who can do physics.
To be fair, he's also very mentally ill.
Yes. Yes. This is accurate.
No.
Like
the way that our billionaire class behaves is proof that they're not winning.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They're seeing a lot of success, but they are not winning in the form of the social prestige that they wish to have. They are not the beloved good king, which is how they wish to be viewed.
And I do think that there's variation in this. I think that different ones have different motivation here. Elon Musk is noteworthily insanely insecure.
Yes.
I don't think that Warren Buffett is lacking anything that he wants.
This is probably true.
Yeah, I think Warren Buffett basically has everything that he could want from life. I think that he has
maybe Warren Buffett would be slightly happier if
he could probably be happier.
A little bit less stupid, because I think Warren Buffett would like a more generic liberal society. I think that's more what he would find comfortable and encouraging.
I think you are correct to point out that he probably has not gotten everything he wanted, but he does not appear to be suffering the same sort of
existential terrors that the likes of Peter Thiel or Elon Musk are.
Peter Thiel is genuinely there's nothing that I don't know what it would take to fix Peter Thiel. I don't know what to
say it on this stream.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, that would fix my problem with Peter Thiel, but I don't know if it would fix Peter Thiel's problem.
At this point, it would fix Peter Thiel. It's about the only thing that can. I'm sorry, I really despise Peter Thiel, so I don't.
Oh yeah, he's horrifying.
But he's a fucking traitor.
Yeah, he is. He is. I just also think he's like genuinely like well outside the range of what we could describe
like
as
Hitler
human rationality.
Insecure. Yeah, no, he is like Hitler levels of insecure.
Yeah, but there's people who I think have managed to there's wealthy people who have gotten more of what they wanted.
Yes.
I think despite it all, I think I have to say that Bezos has probably basically got what he wanted.
More or less, yeah. He's one of the less insecure of these fucks.
Yeah.
Basically. And that seems to be the actual trick here. Don't be insecure. Be wealthy and also don't be insecure. Right?
Yeah.
Speaking of, so I will not I want to make it very clear here that I am not in any way trying to make an argument that the wealthy are somehow oh, they're just the same as you and they suffer the same as you do. Obviously they are still subject to the human condition, but as somebody who comes from a quite wealthy background, right? Which I feel I need to disclaim here, right? My family is pretty rich. I was definitely sheltered from a lot of the insecurities that many of my friends, even my middle class friends.
Yeah, even me, I've got some insecurities that you're just like, what are you talking about? Yeah. But yeah, keep going.
And basically, however, it is the case that oftentimes the mind will form new insecurities when there is not a physical want to struggle against.
Mm-hmm.
And usually it's a claim. So if I had to boil down the likes of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk without just calling them racists repeatedly, because they are, but that's not really the point I'm about to make. The point I'm about to make is that I believe that, because this is something that I've experienced in my own life with my own mental health concerns when I was younger and going on from that, right? When you are given a lot in your life, when you have a lot of things provided for you with no real need for you to work for them or put any effort in, it is very easy for you to develop a form of imposter syndrome that is closer to an entitlement complex. It becomes very easy to find any sort of denial of an emotional want or need that you possess as an affront to your character. And this is not something that I wish to defend. However, it is definitely the case with Elon Musk, where he is far more hurt by the idea that the gamer bros don't think he's the coolest guy ever than any reasonable person should be.
Yeah.
And it is clearly because it's also how he, there's so many things that he has fucking said in his life. He's uncomfortable sleeping alone. That's one of the things that he said. He is deeply insecure and deeply lonely person. And the unfortunate thing is, this is not a result of his wealth isolating him. This is a result of his attitude isolating him.
Yeah.
If he was a more fair-minded, reasonable, and less self-involved person, he would be happier.
Yeah.
If he was more humble and lived more humbly, I believe he would be happier. Elon Musk specifically. I'm not saying that there are not people out there who, if you gave them $1 million, they would just be happy for the rest of their life. Right? They'd just be happy and comfortable for the rest of their life. I know many people like that exist within our society. Most of them have never had $1 million, right?
Yeah.
But Elon Musk, I do not think. Just doing a psychological profile of this man, I think he would be happier if he was middle upper class American.
The truth of the matter is that he needed to. He never learned how to. Yeah, whatever. I don't even need to spell it out anymore. You pretty much said the core of it. he's never had to actually learn how to emotionally regulate like any sort of setback, and he has the kind of wealth where this doesn't matter.
Yes.
Where he can just
take it.
He can just tank it. He can just tank it, and he can force other people to like be nice to him and tell him he's doing a great job no matter what. And yes, hello Bones, and hello RF Komos, and thank you for the watch streak, RF Komos. And yeah, this is it's one of those things that's frustrating because I don't like saying like, oh, like suffering builds character, but like it kind of would have here. It kind of would have here.
My belief is not that the suffering builds character.
Mm-hmm.
My belief is that having a effectively non-conditional safety net harms your ability to develop character.
Mm-hmm.
Not ever actually seeing the consequences of your actions
in
any way that actually affects you, because as we have discussed previously, a lot of people simply cannot grasp the nature of consequence until they personally experience it. This is a fundamental problem that many, many people have. And usually once they've experienced this a few times, right? It doesn't even have to be serious. It just has to be like somebody gets mad at them for their behavior. Something like that, right? So somebody tells them, hey, shut the fuck up when they're being an asshole, right? And nobody agrees with it, and they get offended by it, and everybody else is like, no, shut the fuck up, right? Just peer pressure. Peer pressure is a good example of a consequence that is not especially like damaging when applied at a shallow level, right? When you have the freedom to leave if you really don't like it, right?
Yeah.
Not experiencing this sort of social consequence, this sort of actual causal interaction between your failures, your actions that fail, and what happens when you fail, really hurts people's ability to develop a conscientious understanding of society and the world and their place within it. And this same dynamic makes it so that usually once people have suffered some degree of consequences, right? When they've seen the way that they can hurt others, and they're not a total psychopath, right? Usually that will make it much easier for them to see it in other places and to abstract it. But I think that for many, many, many people, until they have some sort of until it touches their lives, they just can't care. They cannot bring themselves to understand the problem. And I think the uber wealthy are a really good example of being so sheltered from this sort of reality that it has a deleterious psychological effect on their empathy, in effect, right?
Yeah.
I don't love the concept of empathy, but their ability to be compassionate and considerate and conscientious of the world around them is limited by their means. Especially when they are born into wealth. Right? If they do not go out of their way to try to develop this skill. Because it is a skill. Kindness is a skill. And it can... If you do not hone in and if you do not maintain it, you will probably lose it. I feel. It's not something that's like in your soul. It's something that's in your mind. So, yeah.
Oh, Adam Generator, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Almost one. Oh, okay. For a second, I thought you were closer to 1 a.m. I was like, the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. No, just Brazil. All right, have a good night. But thank you for stopping by. And it was a pleasure to meet you here.
I also found it very cool to meet you. I hope to see you again.
Yeah. But yeah, it's Argentina. Okay, you're Argentinian. Oh, actually, Adam Jenner, this is kind of funny. I mean, have a good night. Good luck to your team. But my model artist is Argentine. Is from Argentina.
Oh, Sensationalist?
Yeah, Sensationalist for Argentina. Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Kara.
Hi, Kara.
Yeah, hold
How
on.
did
I'll give the
the,
model shout outs. Oh yeah, Kara heard Argentina. I get that's my artist, Adam Generator. The design, the first one, Sensational VT, is my artist. He is It's Sen on and this is his Twitch. He doesn't stream a lot, but he does occasionally stream some of it, some art.
Very excellent men.
Yeah, he that's why I went with him. I wanted I didn't. Most other people were incapable of drawing men that weren't super twinky or super cut. Yeah. I wanted to look like I want to look pretty realistic and very, very masculine. But also let me give the shout out to also Argentine. Karatsun, one of my best friends, who is finishing up. You were finishing up chapter 2, right, of Deltarune? But yes, hello, Gape Ape 94. There we go, Gape Ape 94. Hello. Thank you. Oh, it was chapter 1 you finished off. Okay, chapter 1 you finished. Did that take you 3 streams to do chapter 1?
Well, if you're voice acting all of it.
Oh, that makes me feel kind of spooked, because I think I did chapter 1, chapter 2, and chapter 3 each in one stream. I think I did talk too fast while I was doing them.
You do tend to, like, this was a while ago, right?
Yeah.
You used to have a bad habit of whenever you were doing like reading for games, just go super fast.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I think I also
That makes sense. No, 8 hours seems
8 hours
right.
is a reasonable amount to spend on chapter 1. That's totally reasonable. 8 hours on chapter 1 is extremely reasonable. Especially if you're not like, if you're like kind of like taking your time. And I don't think it's yeah, Jevel's gonna take up a lot of that. Yeah, Jevel's gonna take up a lot of that. Jevel's a considerable escalation over the rest of the game's difficulty. He's a huge difficulty increase. Honestly, I like that as a structure. I think it's a strength in Deltarune's side that there is an optional boss that all you really get out of it is like bragging rights. That's post-game content and is just like way harder. I kind of like that.
Most of Toby Fox's games, he takes a lot of cues from a certain era, right?
Well, it's what I think of as traditional JRPG design, right? It's like I think that's very normal JRPG design.
Very much so.
That like you know, if you beat every side boss in Chrono Trigger, you are going to walk all over the last boss. If the
every
hardest
Final Fantasy game has a post-game super boss, and there's no real reason to beat it other than to beat it.
Yeah. Nobody. I have no idea what the rewards are for beating Ruby and Emerald Weapon in Final Fantasy VII. The rewards are that you beat them, and you get to say that you beat them.
Yeah. The classic example is Shinryu and Omega in Final Fantasy V, who actually are pretty interesting from a mechanical perspective, because Shinryu and Omega in Final Fantasy V actually do have rewards. And what they are intended to do is, if you can beat these bosses who have specific strategies you can employ to beat them, if you spend the time grinding out those strategies, they will reward you with overpowered weapons that you can use to breeze through the final boss.
Yeah.
If you're struggling with the final boss who does not have so specific a strategy, right?
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. I think that's kind of neat. I think that's an interesting way to do side content in the game. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, so Final Fantasy V is the origin point of both Shinryu and Omega, who have been in almost every single Final Fantasy game since. So the Omega from the Shinryu from Final Fantasy 14 is heavily implied to be the same Shinryu from Final Fantasy V, right? And Omega might be. It's not entirely clear.
Yeah, it's Fight also sucks in 14.
Oh no, yes, Matt fucking sucks in Final Fantasy 14. Boring ass.
I will have to take the words for it.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
But yeah,
It's a good idea. Yeah.
I had a particular question to ask you on the subject of the media discussion that we're having, or more accurately, the economic and sociological discussion that we're having.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Because this is more of a, I believe, sociological question than a specific psychological question. On the side of the audience, it might be more psychological, but the specific question that I wanted to ask is, how much of an impact do you think that the socialization of the internet, the resocialization of entertainment media's audiences, basically, and marketing via the internet, and the tendency towards the internet to hyperfixate and hyper-specialize in... I'm basically asking kind of about fandom spaces, but not broadly. Like, more specifically, like, why do you think that the way films are kind of made now and what filmmakers prioritize, maybe game makers as well prioritize, has something to do with the fact that every single fandom is the Trekkies now?
Yes, I do. Don't even have to. I require no persuasion. I require no persuasion on this point. That's it's not a problem with Trekkies qua Trekkies, Wea Biscuit.
Yes.
The issue is with... Okay, so for people who aren't particularly Trekkies, our understanding of what makes Trekkies distinctive as a community, which is no longer important, but was important 20, 30 years ago as a distinctive quality, was categorization.
Their lifestyle was based around Star Trek.
Well, it was the way that you engaged with Star Trek was not to watch it and have a nice time, or to watch it once and have it and say that was a good thing. It was to watch it over and over and over again and memorize many, many different parts of it and argue about the canonicity and interpretation, not the emotional or literary interpretation, but the literal physical interpretation of the events on screen.
Material interpretation, as the case may be.
Yeah. That's...
Yes.
That attempting to scientify the...
Yes.
Scientize.
To turn the process of engaging with an art form into a scientific analysis of a physical, natural process.
Yes. This is what Galaxy Quest is about, by the way. Like, if people haven't seen Galaxy Quest is so good. Galaxy Quest is fantastic.
Alan Rickman is also phenomenal in that film. He is so good. He is so funny. He is so incredibly funny in that movie.
Yeah. Oh, did you think we were talking about you, Galaxy Wolfstar? No, we're talking about the... I apologize. Sorry, Galaxy Wolfstar.
Legend of the Galactic Wolfstars.
But no, we were talking about Galaxy Quest starring Alan Rickman and Tim the Toolman Allen.
A number of other really good actors. That movie is just good.
Yes, fantastic. Galaxy Quest is amazing. It's really kind of interesting that two of the best pieces of sci-fi are like fan parody / love letters to Star Trek. Those being Galaxy Quest and the Orville. Orville's great. Orville's fantastic. And again, this is not really a fault of Star Trek, although if you want to look at a more nuanced analysis of Star Trek that does take that seriously, I believe she goes by Jessie Gender on
Jessie
YouTube.
Gender does. Yeah.
Super good.
Yes.
So that's the Star Trek expert. I am not a Star Trek expert. I am a...
Jessie Gender is a really good media sociologist. She is really good.
Yeah. I may as well just grab her stuff. This is a YouTube shout out. You too flustered? You're going back to your fanfic? Isn't that where you go to get flustered? Jessie Gender. But
I love it when you just independently know one of the YouTube people, like essayists that I follow on media analysis. Right?
Yeah.
It's always so satisfying.
But yes. But yeah, Star Trek like getting, because there are some things in Star Trek that we can lay at the fault of the people who made and wrote and performed Star Trek, but that's not really the point.
Part of this discussion is that the Trekkies were once relatively unique as a type of person, and now they aren't. In fact, they're at some level kind of just not relevant anymore because everyone's like this.
Yeah, this is not an outstanding feature of Trekkies. This is a form of this is a shibboleth that tells you that like me and Mikks are over the age of 40. Is like this is that we think is that like when we think Trekkies, like we think of this as like, oh, the fandom that is about memorizing facts and demonstrating like that you can memorize facts. That like the fandom activity is like doing spelling bees.
Yeah, if you want me to be really old school about it, right?
Yeah.
It would actually be Gilbert and Sullivan.
Oh, yeah.
Musicals aren't really your thing, so we don't need to get into that. But
database, otaku. Hello, Quincy. Quincy really bringing in the hammer.
Yes.
Bring out Azuma.
Yes.
Incredible.
That has been I did not think when I first read that thesis, right? The database animal, right? I did not think that it would be so relevant for like the rest of my life.
I know, right?
Turns out it's so relevant all the time.
Oh my god, it is, and it's honestly a kind of interesting thing. I'm going to invoke a YouTube thing that I ran into just before this because it's a very stupid way to analyze this, and I think that it's so stupid it loops back around to being ridiculous and fun. So I was watching the Hank Green explanation of the Jevons paradox, which is I always forgot the name of it, but it is something I'm familiar with as a conceit. So the Jevons paradox is not a paradox; it's just a counterintuitive economic outcome where when you make a good more efficient, it gets more widely used, which means that the cost of it doesn't actually go down that as fast as you expect it to. It's like the Socrates paradox, right? Where it's like, this isn't a paradox, that's just like a funny language thing. The Jevons paradox, right, is that, so what Jevons was talking about, and he was correct about this one, was that the price of steam engines getting cheaper is not going to just continue infinitely until they're basically free. What's instead going to happen is that people are going to come up with crazy amounts of weird things to do with steam engines, beyond which even Jevons was willing to even speculate on. And it turns out he was right on that front. That like we figured out an insane amount of crazy stuff to do with steam engines. They did not just become infinitely cheap. We figured out more and more uses for steam engines, and we still do to this day come up with new and more expensive uses for steam engines. This has just not stopped. When energy gets cheap,
typically applies to most innovations.
Well, it depends a lot. Like there's the way that Hank Green put it was, I thought, kind of interesting, which is the example he used. I'm just gonna use this example because it was literally what I was watching while I was on the warm-up screen. Was hot water.
Yes.
Right, which is that hot water got cheap. Hot water used to be expensive, and so it was used for cooking soups, and sometimes for baths, and sometimes for laundry, and that was it. And then we made hot water really cheap with residential water heating units, and we hit a like there's a period where the amount that people use hot water increases quite rapidly, and then it levels off.
Yes.
And then it levels off, and people...
Levels off at home coffee machines.
Basically. Yeah, levels off at home coffee machines. People are not watering their lawns with hot water. That just is stupid. People are like, why would you do this? People are not using hot water to run steam engines in their own backyard off of their water heater. That's stupid.
I guess maybe it actually caps off at the home sauna.
Yeah, the home sauna is probably like your absolute maximum thing, and very few people are doing that. We have not basically just used infinite amounts of hot water.
Yes.
So we hit like a satiation point. We hit a cap on.
I love that phrase.
I like that. I like it too. Yeah, we hit satiation on hot water, and then we stopped like really expanding our hot water use. for residential use. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that we might be seeing a bit of a Jevons moment with the ability to make wikis and do database animal bullshit to your TV shows. That's the reason why Star Trek was kind of unusual and how much effort people put into memorizing, like, oh, in episode 5, Kirk said this, but in episode 10, he said that, is that they...
It was pre-internet.
There was pre-internet, yeah, that you didn't have recorded episodes. That you did. The reason why people didn't do this shit with Dallas was because they didn't have recorded episodes of Dallas.
Yep.
That's why they didn't do that shit. I mean, Theo, that's because, I mean, different people find it counterintuitive or not. But the normal way that people tend to think about commodities in economics is that as it becomes cheaper, it just becomes cheaper, right? The supply goes up and the cost goes down, and the end, right? That's the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So specifically, the contrast that I was trying to draw when I asked the question that I asked, right? And to get your opinion on is, as you said, it used to be that Hollywood in particular, right, would prioritize the sort of what I would personally call a portfolio, right? A studio would not want to be known for, like, Hammer Horror is probably the first big example of a studio that was really known for doing one thing, right? And even then, Hammer Studios did a lot of other stuff other than horror. It's just horror was what they were successful with.
Yes,
they became known for as Hammer Horror, right? But a lot of studios and producers and directors would want a portfolio of works of, like, varying levels of budget and achievement and all sorts of stuff. And that feels like it's broadly gone.
And it's weird to me, right? The reason why I think this is worth digging into. Sorry, if I'm not getting to the question that you cared about, right?
No. I care about this.
The weird part, a lot of why this is weird to me is that it is very intuitive to me and almost trivially obvious to me that as an investor, not as an artist, but as an investor, as a businessman doing business, you want a diversified portfolio to hedge against unpredictable bad outcomes. Like, that's kind of the way that I see. That's the reason why I am. Yeah, that was the reason why I'm casting about for more explanations, right? Is that that's the reason why I'm looking for explanations that are not just a profit motive, because from a profit motive and investing perspective, this is dumb.
and this is what I was actually kind of trying to talk about in chat earlier today, right? A little while ago. And that is that I do not think the actual motive, no matter how it may be framed, is truly a profit motive. Not from the money holders, let's call it.
Yeah.
Perhaps from the investors, it is still a purely profit motive, right? Perhaps. I'm not confident in my economic knowledge to make a statement on that, right? But I think that the motive is acknowledgement.
Yeah.
And I think that the culture around entertainment arts has shifted in society away from being a patron of the arts, somebody who enjoys the arts as a whole, and who is more of a, well, I'm just to toot our own horns for a second, the kind of reader you or I are.
Yeah.
Where we want a variety in our diet, right? In our media
yes.
diet. And we take great pride in our general experience with a wide variety of genres and authors and styles. But I think the diet has instead changed to both cater to and be influenced by a sort of audience and artist who has one thing that they really like and want to show their subject expertise on.
I think you're onto something here. Hello, Mokaba. I think you are onto something here. I think this is an interesting perspective and a valuable one. I think that this has a tie-in with... I think this is a place where games are, in fact, ahead of movies on, because games have very often created a sensibility around, like, the lifestyle game, right?
Yes.
That you don't just play League of Legends the way you play Deltarune.
Yeah.
Right? Like if somebody has played 50 hours of Deltarune, that's quite a lot of Deltarune. If somebody has played 50 hours of League of Legends,
they are level 30.
Yeah, they are baby to an unbelievable extent.
Yes.
There was ads are about to start, and I definitely need to use the bathroom this time. So I'm just going to relay a joke I encountered on Blue Sky, which was this is what 2,000 hours looks like in this game. And it's pretty funny when it's like, the person was relaying this really funny when it's somebody playing like Assassin's Creed Unity, when there's not 2,000 hours of things to, like, you don't get better at the game. Like you hit a ceiling like 1,800 plus hours ago. There's just nothing there. So like the game doesn't look any different at a 2,000 hour player. Whereas like there are games like the 2,000 hour player looks crazy. And then of course there's the opposite, right? Which is League of Legends, where 2,000 hours of League of Legends is just like bronze, silver tier play.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I have about 3,000 hours of Warframe, and I will say 2,000 hours of Warframe is not baby. You are lapping the post game at that point.
2 hours of but the real question is, with 2K hours of Warframe, do you have everything? The answer is probably not.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. Yeah. True completionism. No.
It's important to remember that there is a really important sect of gamers who do not view anything in the game about an expression of skill or what they are capable of in the game. It's not about power acquisition. It's about collecting all the stuff. It's about having everything leveled up and all the achievements.
I know some people like this
that you can get. It's a very important group of gamers to keep in mind from the perspective of like any game developer.
Yeah.
You don't have to cater to these people, but actively alienating them is usually a bad idea.
Yep. Hello Huggatree. Well, it's I mean, in the case of Warframe, I feel like if you've seen if you've seen the story, I feel like you are about as beaten of the game as matters. Which at this point is probably over 100 hours.
Warframe is very interesting because it's actually very much the one way it is very much like an MMO.
It's very self-directed.
And I know it's categorized. It's very self-directed. What is your end game? It does a better job of this than most modern MMOs.
It does a better job of this than very few games do as good of a job at this. It's like Minecraft does a better job.
Minecraft does a better job. Path of Exile does a pretty good job.
Path of Exile does a pretty good job. I think Warframe does an overall better job on it, largely because like Path of Exile includes a bunch of like true late game grind objectives that take thousands of hours that are kind of are kind of like the real end game.
I mean, technically so does Warframe Rivens.
Yeah. That's very weird. Those people are rightly perceived as perverts. But okay, I need to use the bathroom super bad. I'm assuming
coffee.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to be on the BRB screen. We'll be back in a few minutes. See you all soon. Cool. And we're back. We're back.
Hello, chat.
But yeah, I was thinking about I was thinking about when I was up and about the question of like self-direction. And I was thinking about this in the case of Final Fantasy XIV because so much of the sell point of MMOs is the kind of like open-ended late game. That's like a lot of what is sold. But my experiences, and I have a lot less experience with Final Fantasy XIV than you do, was that it funnels pretty hard into like the hard mode late game content.
So it funnels pretty hard into the hard mode late game content. In the sense that is the natural progression of the game's core systems. Right? The game is a game where the battle system is very important. It is probably the most important system in the game. And the most natural progression for somebody who enjoys playing the game as it is to do harder battle content. Now, I will say that is not the most popular endgame content in Final Fantasy XIV. Because the most popular endgame content and endgame experience in Final Fantasy XIV is role-playing.
Okay. Because I was going to... Well, no, Quincy, Quincy, here's what I was going to talk about, which is, I think, a relevant one, and it was the thing that I'm thinking about here, that strikes me as the place where there's a somewhat counterintuitive, I don't know if counterintuitive, but slightly strange set of outcomes, which is that a thing that is sold often as a major part of the late game of like what you are supposed to do in late game Final Fantasy XIV is fashion.
Yes.
But
Warframe 2,
but much more so. This is a contrast point to me, like as a person who came from Warframe and then played FF14 later. In Warframe, when the fashion is much more about personal taste and expression, and about using things cleverly, tends to be what people remark on, is when you have a coherent theme that surprises people, or you have a color palette that plays really well with the lighting on a given frame. And in Final Fantasy XIV, the way that I saw it, right, the way that I experienced it, again, as a much less experienced player, was it was much more about how did you acquire something that the other person hasn't seen before. It is about showing your rarest items.
That is more of a... That's a very cultural thing, right? And I don't think that's actually necessarily the same thing. Right? There is definitely a very strong sense of personal style in Final Fantasy XIV.
Okay.
However, here's the important thing. Warframe is like painting your car.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It is... Look how cool the paint job I managed to get my car. Look how cool it looks when it's moving. You know, it's about a cool looking item that you have that is like a vehicle that transports you places that you have personalized, right? Final Fantasy XIV, and to a lesser extent World of Warcraft, is like actual fashion.
I was going to bring this up, yeah.
Yes. It is about so what you're picking up on is an element of prestige that is just present in fashion.
Yes. I absolutely was going there. Yes, you have anticipated me. I'm glad that I laid the groundwork well here. Yes.
Looking good and showing off style is something that is somewhat less personal. It is a skill that you are expressing in the same way that painting that car is a skill that you're expressing, right? In Warframe, this is about understanding the lighting system and understanding how colors interact a lot of the times, right? And understanding how colors interact with textures in particular, right? And that's cool, right? That's good. I don't have any problem with that. But what it resembles is people recoloring their hypothetical miniatures army models in Photoshop.
Yep.
They're not coordinating an outfit. They're not getting different complementary parts together, right? And they're not conveying personality in the same way. It's aesthetically pleasing. It's aesthetically interesting, and it shows artistic mastery in a certain way. I know how to use this system, right? The system in Final Fantasy XIV is nowhere near as freeform as it is in Warframe. It is about mixing and matching articles of clothing that you can actually acquire, how they look on your particular character model, and the colors that you choose to use to coordinate it all, right? And that is, again, much more like fashion, like actual real life fashion.
And this is and so this is all very accurate. Yes, I forget if I said hello to Hinota. Hello, Hinota. But this is a very true thing about how fashion works in observed practice in the real world, is that the self-expression and even cultural signaling elements of fashion often take, sorry Derek Guy, but I think he's just wrong on this count, they generally take a back seat to the signaling of wealth. Signaling of wealth tends to, and not just of wealth and of achievement, tends to overshadow considerably any sort of individual aesthetic or deliberative or personal elements of fashion.
How does this interact with, in your opinion, right? How does this? Because I think the discussion of fashion is very interesting to me. Right?
Yeah.
With subcultural fashions.
Okay, I'll just finish off my last thought here, though, before I get to subcultural fashion here. The last point I was going to make about it in the case of Final Fantasy XIV is that because of the fact that, so what is wealth in Final Fantasy XIV? And it's actually more obvious, I think, in World of Warcraft than it is in Final Fantasy XIV. But what is wealth?
Warcraft, yes.
What was that?
It's much more obvious in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it's much more obvious in Warcraft.
It is access to things that are exclusive.
Is access to things that are exclusive, and for the most part, but not nearly exclusive, and particularly in the case of WoW, I can think of another alternate method of acquiring prestige, of a wealth analog. It's high-end rating. So, right? Like you are using your fashion to show off how far you have gotten in your rating.
However, interestingly, not actually the case census-wise in Final Fantasy XIV. This is what's really interesting, right? You'd think it would be that way. You'd think it would be. But this is not actually true. Because the most popular fashion items, the most acclaimed fashion items, are often cash shop items.
Oh, that's an interesting twist I was not ready for. You have hit me orthogonally. Yeah.
The cash shop has a certain, I'm going to call it a ludonarrative rule applied to it, that is not necessarily present in the core game. There's certain other things that break from this, right? But the cash shop breaks the in-series fashion designers. It has costumes from other Final Fantasy games. It has just random modern clothing. It has mythological references and outfits that have no reason.
That's where you get that's where you get the Nier outfits, right?
No, you get the Nier outfits from the Nier crossover raid that's in the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, people love those. Sorry, Sheris, this will cut you down a little bit. That people love the Nier outfits. I don't know. Maybe if you count those as not being close enough.
So when Xeris says raids, he means Savage raiding, not Alliance raids.
Oh, okay.
Alliance raids are some of the most accessible and populist content in the game. This is not exclusive content that only the elite do. This is content that literally everybody in the game does all the time, right? Savage content is a much smaller member of part of the player base, though much bigger now than it used to be. And ultimate raids are extremely exclusive. Yeah. Alliance raids do not have hard versions. There's exactly one example of a 24-man hard version raid. And then there's like a 64-man from one of the... I won't get into it, right? It doesn't really matter, right? But raids don't really have super fashionable items. And also, you can access them both from the normal version of the content, which is easy, and the Savage version of the content, which requires like a dedicated group.
Sheris, I did know about that. I have used it when trying to plan outfits.
Because Al is a role player.
Well, and it's again, I'm coming from I did do some role playing, not super hard role playing. I didn't have a particularly like I had the role play extent of like I would like go to like Final Fantasy 14 parties and whatnot. But it's yeah, it's how do I say this? What was I going to say is actually a better question. What was I going to say? I'm the only person who knows that. No. This is the ADHD attack. This is the ADHD attack.
Right. Okay.
I wanted to try to make kind of coherent outfits that were either told a story about the character I was playing or were just funny. And because as you are well aware, Mikks, and as I have been learning over and over again over the course of my career, I am better at comedy than I am at other things. And if I see the opportunity for a joke, I will work towards it if I believe in the joke. But the yeah, we did lose Mikks. But yeah. So I guess I have been shown to be somewhat wrong here. That like my experience, my somewhat limited experience, right, was that actually, okay, there you're back.
Discord is having some trouble.
The experience I kind of had with when people talked to each other about how they designed outfits, it was very much around how they acquired the elements of that outfit, and that kind of told their own story about the character, but it was through the ways that they got things, which was like in the case of WoW, it's much more obvious. This like I am showing off that I got this cool sword, or
I have the thing that shows that I beat the hard boss that people have beaten.
I think it's much less that than it. There is some element of that. I think it shows up more often with mounts, right?
Much more often with mounts. Mounts are the actual prestige reward in Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah,
mounts and the ultimate weapon glams, but honestly, they're kind of hideous, and most people don't like them very.
Yeah, fair enough. But there's many things are from like faction grinds and specific achievements, and from obscure parts of the crafting tree that can be difficult to access. It was kind of what I saw. Like, oh, I got this from like doing this weird thing. Was like where I got this from. Which is kind of interesting because the kind of real implicit thing there is because it wasn't usually content that was necessarily hard, so much as it was the challenge was knowledge. Oh, I can hear myself very clearly through Mikks' microphone.
I apologize for that. I apologize.
Yeah, so good.
Discord is just disconnecting me consistently, right?
That happens.
But so one of the things that I assume you're accounting for this, but I'm going to point it out anyways, if that's okay.
Yeah.
One of the reasons people talk like this is because they are telling people where to get the items that they have.
Of course, yeah.
right?
Of course, it's
And
knowledge sharing.
That's
yeah.
one thing. It's knowledge sharing. The basis of a lot. Final Fantasy XIV is not nearly as anti-socialized as World of Warcraft is.
No. It's yeah.
People, generally speaking, when a conversation about fashion happens, it goes something like, "Oh wow, that's a cool outfit," and so it's like, "Yeah, I got it from these locations," and they're like, "Oh cool, maybe I'll go get it." Right? It's very teenage girl.
Yeah.
If any of you who have been teenage girls, who have talked to other teenage girls at any point, probably know what I'm talking about here, where it's like oh my god, that outfit is so cute, where'd you get it? Right? That sort of thing. Right?
Yeah.
Which
is very different from World of Warcraft's. Is a little bit closer to what I recognize in big men politicking from like the medieval, early modern era, where and Roman
hunter.
It's you are demonstrating your access to rare and unusual resources, right? Like the reason why aristocrats in the medieval era and such would put such importance on wearing silk and furs and stuff like that is to demonstrate their access to other cultures, which is another way of signaling that you are wealthy and impressive and worldly and can thus provide for the people who are under your command. And so it's a way of this is something that like obviously there's not as much of an instrumental end for the World of Warcraft players, right? Like you're not going like a level 30 player who is really overawed by your endgame rating gear isn't going to give you things that are going to matter to you in any meaningful way. Right? Like, they're not going to actually join you in an army in a way that is going to be remotely helpful and allow you to expand your power in any useful way. But it's... the emotions are still somewhat present, right? The instrumentality is gone, but the emotions are still present.
As you put it, right? Big men politicking is a very apt comparison for... and coupled with material girl shit. Right? Yeah. And I mean material girl like the song Material Girl. That's what I mean by that. I do not mean that women are more materialistic. I mean that there is a song called Material Girl, which is about being materialistic. And that is what I am referencing here. Whereas the thing about Final Fantasy XIV's the cognitive processes that are at play here, right? Is that Final Fantasy XIV is much more designed around the idea of you did something cool, here's a reward. Because it does not have the one thing that World of Warcraft has going on that Final Fantasy XIV does not, because of the nature of the way the games are designed. In Final Fantasy XIV, and these are the two big MMOs, which is the only reason I'm talking about these two specifically. It's very different in other games, right?
Yeah.
In Final Fantasy XIV, all the content stays relevant and you can go do it at the level you're supposed to without any particular extra effort. You check a box, and then you can lock yourself to the item level, the minimum item level required for the thing, and the minimum level required for the thing. And the game scales down to suit that. It's not 100% one-to-one. But the content's still there. You do it while you're leveling up. You do it because it unlocks more content for your roulettes. So you have experience with it, right? And so when they want players to engage with types of content, they give them rewards. They incentivize it by saying, here's a cool thing that you can get that you can maybe utilize for something, right? World of Warcraft, however, is a game driven by its reward as an end in and of itself. You don't get rewarded because you did the content. You do the content because you want the reward. And this happens in Final Fantasy XIV as well, but to a much lesser extent, and it is much less designed around. There is, like, a good example of this is the ultimate raids. The hardest content in Final Fantasy XIV, right? Just generally speaking. You know what they reward? A glowy weapon. That's it. No power. No power at all.
Yeah.
Only an aesthetic reward. And an achievement. Right? You get a title or an achievement or something like that. World of Warcraft, that's unthinkable. Because every gain needs to be associated with power. And that's why I think that the parallel that you made of the big men politicking, right? The ability to project or express power, to declare achievement, is extremely much more significant. Like, the reason why this is largely relevant is because, and not because I'm trying to like defend Final Fantasy XIV here, but because I think that the hypothesis that it's about showing off wealth in that game is not actually true. I think most people have things that they like, and it's just escapist for them. I think that the fashionization, the fashion sensibilities in 14 are much more about escapism. People play the sort of character that they want, that they think is appealing, and they dress it up like a doll in the way that they think is appealing, or funny, or charming, or cute, or fashionable, or cool, right? Or hot, right? That's a very common one. That's why people like the Nier stuff so much, because it gives you a gigantic ass, which is extremely funny, right? But the real thing here that I think is interesting from like the social perspective is how willing people are to brand themselves with somebody else's creations. Right. That's what I find interesting about like the escapism of fashion in general. I guess he is having mic issue because he did not speak.
I thought he was deliberately. I thought he was trying to pull a Noir to see how long it would take us to notice. I can tell you that I
greeted him literally 2 seconds after he arrived.
Oh, I missed it entirely. I'm actually pretty proud of myself for managing to include him in the stream title as of 12:15. Well, I was going to bring up something that I think is a real ridiculous. Oh, high fiber tortillas. Oh, did you listen to Sklimbo's advice about tortillas? Because Sklimbo had some Tekken opinions about tortillas, that are dangerous. They're highly dangerous. To clarify, in case anybody is wondering, the Sklimbo tech is that it turns out that the keto diet tortillas have like 28 grams of fiber in them, so that's pretty much 100% of your daily value of fiber right there. Anyway, yeah. It's a good way to just rip and tear. But yeah, I was going to propose a interesting variation, an interesting. I think it's interesting. I don't know if other people will think it's interesting. A interesting place of intervention in the in this, which is of course to interject gender, which is that. To what extent do you think it matters that Final Fantasy XIV is a much more feminine space than World of Warcraft?
Perhaps. Okay, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
When you say feminine space, you don't necessarily mean the player's base itself. You mean the social conventions of the space.
I do mean the social conventions. It's Noir speaking of feminization. Welcome in. But I do think the player base. Women. I do think the player base of it is. Aha! You are here, Miss Noir.
I do think talking about Final Fantasy XIV. Sort of.
I do think, I'm not sure about this, and I think somebody probably has data on this. The Final Fantasy XIV does have a higher proportion of female players than World of Warcraft.
All right, I can answer this for you, actually.
What are the numbers? Give me the numbers.
I think it's between 41 and 45% are female players in Final Fantasy XIV, which compared to the vast majority of every other game that is played is quite a significant margin.
Valorant, Dead by Daylight aside, there's also the fact that a lot of women who play like comp shooters just don't go on mic and use male sounding handles, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Me playing Overwatch.
Yeah.
But so one thing I will say is I'm not sure what the demographic is exactly for World of Warcraft, but there are way more female players than people think, right?
There's more than people tend to think, but I'm gonna look this up because I'm sure that it's demographics. This is not look. That looks like AI slop. Here we go. Forums.blizzard.com. It's from 2024.
I'm gonna be so real with you, Quincy. I think that's how you enunciate it. As a woman, I will tell you right now, the number one thing I guarantee you that draws more women to play FF is that the characters are prettier. Like, I'm not even kidding. The characters are prettier, and the classes like broadly appeal more to women. Like, dancer is the most popular class in FF.
The other factor is that it is based on a property that is very popular among women, which is Final Fantasy. Right?
Yeah,
Final Fantasy has been very popular among women since like Final Fantasy 4, technically, in Japan. But in the West, it's 7. 7 made this, and 10 is incredibly popular among women. 10 is like the gamer girl game. Like,
points at Ronan.
And I think that matters, right? Yeah. Well, Ronan, I can name 5 women in the VTubing space who cite Final Fantasy X as like the most important game of their childhood. This
is kind of annoying.
Makes me feel dreadful, but
this is kind of annoying. There is only one recent survey that keeps on showing up when I looked up WoW player demographics, and it's a fairly limited survey. I was really hoping for like a survey for like data from Blizzard directly. But what this survey found, which unsurprisingly is going to be somewhat limited in power because, you know, they did a survey, right, of WoW players. Yes. They went through World of Warcraft and put out an ad being like...
Is the one that surveyed like fucking 20% of the player base or something like that?
Yeah. 20% would be huge. I thought it was like... I thought they did like 4. a couple
6.
hundred.
Is it the 4.6?
Yeah, like 4.6, okay. which is honestly not bad. People get
no, it's not.
People get really weird about surveys and expect you to do like 1 million person surveys on the regular. That's fucking nuts. But they found 84% male, 16% female. I just wish I had other corroborating surveys. Is what I
that does not sound accurate to me. However, I will note that women are actually fairly overrepresented in the hardcore rating space.
I could believe that, yeah.
Compared to the rest of the player base, right?
Yeah, I could believe that.
And that's because, you know, the kind of girl who... there's no difference between the kind of guy who wants to do hardcore rating and WoW and the kind of girl who wants to do hardcore rating and WoW. They're just a certain kind of player. So, and they have more commonality that is like due to their profile as a player than anything to do with their gender expression, right?
Yeah, what's it? Is there the? It's not necessarily that there are more surveys. It's more like when you sign up for Japanese games, a lot of times they ask you a lot more info up front. Like the way that 14 does it is when you register an account, you have a male, female, other selection. When you make a Square Enix account or an FF14 account, and that's where they're pulling their numbers from primarily.
Japanese games will also occasionally just push surveys.
Lucky
so usually through the
Bancho.
game client. Yeah, we'll just push surveys through the actual game client. So it's much more likely you're going to get a wide engagement just because it's right in fucking front of people, rather than them having to be contacted in any particular way, right?
Yeah.
Saves you a lot of distribution effort.
Yep.
One of the most prominent things I'd seen is have either of you played PSO2?
No, absolutely not.
Unfortunately.
So remember when you closed PSO2, it asked you to do a survey?
Yes.
every fucking time. Very effective, by the way. They got a lot of data from those, surprisingly.
Sheris, this has a lot more to do with that character popularity contest being something that is seen as in Japanese production as a valuable form of engagement bait, rather than because that's not much of a survey. That's just like the Americans do an absolute shitload of surveys. I have done so many fucking surveys. I've run so many surveys. But the reality of
don't
this.
worry, I'm gonna leave in a minute.
Yeah, the it is late o'clock for the fox.
The flops.
The flops. Yeah, that's
The flops.
yeah,
Nobody.
Unfair flops.
Nobody redeemed the Fox Noel redeem during the last stream. I'm kind of sad about it.
What does that redeem do?
Oh,
she pulls down a well.
Yeah.
I definitely misheard it really badly. I heard Fox Noel.
No, Fox down a well.
Okay, excellent. I'm glad that I inspired
You
this.
should be able to understand my accent. Aren't you supposed to be Midwest?
I am literally hard of hearing.
Hard of hearing, bitch. I guarantee you, I have worse hearing than you.
I'm not saying that you have better or worse hearing than me. I'm just saying I do in fact have hearing problems.
Yeah, look at all the fucking fuzz in them. You think I can hear shit? No.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
The thing is, Sheriffs, I just don't know. I don't know if they're more or less common. The surveys in the U.S. tend to be very customer-focused surveys. Weebus has the same hearing problem that I do.
Sorry. Hold on, let me. Sorry for my accent. Okay, sorry, I just had to do that bit real quick.
Yeah. But yes, anyway, this is something that I thought might be attributable to the player base itself being more women in Final Fantasy XIV. That might be causative of a different sense of engagement and a different preferred method of engagement with what it means to be good at the game.
So I'm going to come at you at a slightly different angle.
Yeah.
I think it's actually that there is an actual sociological factor here, but I don't think it's that the game is more women. I think it's that the game is considerably gayer.
You mean why are we talking about Valorant again?
Because we were wondering about we were wondering about like the economics of dating earlier.
Valorant is unironically just like lesbian dating service. I'm not kidding.
The funniest part is that as much as it is lesbian dating service, which is actually how I learned about it, to give, in case people were wondering how strong its reputation is, I did not know what the gameplay was like before I knew it was where some of my friends met their girlfriends. So first of all, there is that, but also it's very funny that it's also, I know some men who have met their girlfriends and gotten married via Valorant.
It's not too surprising. You have a shared interest, right?
I would like to posit something, and this is not universally true.
Yeah.
I believe, and this is just from my experience, that the more social aspects or the more that there are player-driven social aspects to a game, the more likely more women are to be pulled to it. Because if you think about it, like, again, you go back to WoW versus FF, right? WoW, while it does obviously have some social aspects to it because it's a fucking MMO, right?
MMO. Yes.
It lacks in the department of community. Like, not in the sense that there's not a community, there is, but let's be real. I don't think it's winning any awards for singing Kumbaya around the fire. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do have a... Sorry, go ahead.
No.
I do have a
I would rather you
strong
go first.
contradiction here, which is that while 14 is a considerably more social game than, let's go with Call of Duty, the games where women are really overrepresented, where women's are actual, like, truly strong majorities, because contrary to what a lot of VTubers seem to believe, the actual gaming population is almost 50-50.
Yes.
It's surprisingly close to 50-50 at this point in history, which means that if you've got games that are like 80-90% men, there have to be some games out there that are at least 50% women, that are considerably over 50% women, just mathematically.
Yes.
Those are casual games. Was the big one. It's Match 3.
Connect 3 games.
Connect 3 games are the big one, and those are very non-social.
Solitaire also.
Solitaire. Oh yeah, that's the only video game my mom's plays.
My mother plays Solitaire, and she plays a bunch of word games, right?
Yep.
I have to say that this is something I have to preface. When I was saying this, I was saying in the space of broadly multiplayer games, because if you include Match 3 games, then it's mostly middle-aged women on their phones playing fucking Candy Crush.
Mahjong clients are
or fucking Mahjong.
Right.
But you know, like I'm saying like in the space where it's like heavily like multiplayer experiences, I think that quite broadly that whether it's directly social in nature, so think of your MMOs, your stuff like VR chat or whatever, stuff like that, tend to have a much higher female populace than others, because I think that sort of thing is generally, again, this is broad strokes, more attractive to women than stuff like, you know, being a gun and ball gamer, which is obviously very, very predominantly male, you know?
So I have a theory about this, actually. I have a lot of theories about gender in games, but I'm going to stick to just this one for now. And that is that it is not so much the element of social community that is appealing. It is the degree to which the game provides you mechanisms to express yourself socially.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
I believe that, like, I don't want to get into like the really banal stuff like housing, because in my experience that's like way closer to 50-50. No. What I think is going on in Final Fantasy XIV in particular is that the game has a very elaborate fashion system, and it also has a very elaborate emote system.
True, it does. It really does.
And it has maybe the most elaborate emote system in an MMORPG. The amount of ways that you can have your character do a stupid little dance or a stupid little pose are extremely high.
Yeah,
and it's extremely well articulated, and it communicates a lot. Xeris is big into G-pose, which is another thing that Final Fantasy XIV has going on that nobody fucking does in other MMOs, except maybe like Terra.
God, Terra, what a time that was.
And this is another form of social communication, making your characters look cool or pretty, framing a scene. It's like photography. Photography, also a actually very heavily female representing space. Female and non-binary, actually. That's a very interesting piece of statistics about modern photographers. A lot of non-binary people in photography. But the thing I'm getting at here is I think that it has less to do with like the strength of the community, because I'm gonna be real, if it was about the strength of the community, fighting games would be completely fucking dominated by women, right? If that was like the main, this is what I'm sitting here thinking about is
like what are the elements of a game that make it have more of a community, and what is it to have more of a community? Again, this has been my insane axe that I've been grinding.
What I personally think, this is one of my theories, is that the strong element here in terms of like gendered appeal is not exactly community, but it is communication tools.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is possibly just because, from like, again, the gendered perspective, women culturally, right, socially, have a stronger interest in the game actually being a social experience, whereas men kind of often view, male gamers often view this as like a, oh, it's kind of nice, I guess, but I don't really care. Where's the gun?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Approach to it. Like, are the communication features an actual draw? Is the question, right? Yeah. You were gonna say?
I was gonna say I gotta get going because
Yes.
I'm tired. But point notwithstanding, Mikks did a great job of expressing more thoroughly what I was attempting to get at when I talked about like social systems. Because one, I'm bad at explaining myself. Two, I'm extremely tired. But
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
it's a lot of things along that line where a lot more expression, a lot more freedom is applied. It tends to, anecdotally, of course, I say this, but
Yeah.
I have seen, and myself am attracted to these spaces way more because of those things.
Mhm.
So I feel like if I see it a lot around me, and I have this a similar reaction to it, that you put two and two together, you're gonna end up with four eventually here.
I will say there is definitely a kind of person, a kind of female gamer, who is the fashion conscious gay woman who's doing video games because they can have ridiculous fantasy fashion in them.
I mean, yeah. Have you seen my
I have.
outfits?
Yes. Yes. You're a little typical, actually, from some of the stuff that
I'm typical. Okay, well,
I'm comparing you to like
princess.
the likes of Stay LaRue. Okay, like you got like some of these girls get real weird. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Right.
Well, sorry that I have a
Sorry
very
that you
well
grew up with
established,
and
very
antenna.
well established fashion sense that I enjoy. Okay.
You do. You're
Y'all
very
have a
consistent.
good night.
I appreciate that. Rest well.
Good night, everyone. Bye bye.
Sorry.
But yes. Yeah. There's the cat. There's the cat. There's the cat. Which means that my stream title is accurate again. It was wrong for a while there.
Get the door the entire time, unaware that it was open.
But yes. I mean, like I said, the one of my insane bugbear recently of feeling like Final Fantasy XIV is actually a less social game and less alive even than Guns of Icarus and Infinity.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
You have a huge bias here
I do.
in what you consider life and what you consider notable elements of community. You do not really seem to consider a lot of the activities that, frankly, I'm going to just call them normal people engage with to be the sign of a living community. You consider people doing the content that's put before them to be kind of just like going through the motions. You're not really doing anything. This isn't real community, right?
Yeah.
And your other bias here is, oh, it's so weird how this thing that has been technically dead actually has people who care about it, right? You have this in common with Kari Kari.
Yep.
This obscure thing that has 100 people playing it who are really dedicated is much more important than this less obscure thing that has thousands and thousands of people playing it concurrently. Why is it less important? Because it's weirder that they care about this, right? Because it's tighter knit. And that's interesting. I actually agree, right? And I'm not trying to like dissect your point, right? But I do feel like you come at this from your perspective is very biased with I do not think you are engaging your sociological objectivity here. I think you are doing a op-ed on this particular subject to some extent. And I think that's valuable.
So here is how I will defend myself here.
Okay.
One is that I am definitely prorating on the basis of the actual like social interactions. that people are having, the words that are said between people. And the concept I am invoking here from sociology is the amalgamation.
Yes.
That people in traffic are not in a community, they're just in traffic together.
Yeah.
That's actually a huge percentage of how I experience Final Fantasy XIV. Is that I am just in traffic and there are other people here who are also in traffic. And that's what I'm commenting on. And I will, to make it more interesting of a point here, a slightly more interesting of a point here, is that the ways in which games smooth out social friction often have this effect. This is not unique to MMOs. This is something that has this is something that has happened to Age of Empires over the years, and I am reasonably sure that this is in fact a significant percentage of the fighting games community's complaints about ladder play. Is that you're not really playing against another person, you're just hitting quick match on the ladder.
This is one of the criticisms, yes.
Yeah.
It gets more complicated than that, but I don't need to go into that right now.
Yeah. I am using that. I am engaging in that argument. That is where I am on. I think that is a less communal experience than having a group of people that you go to and you say, "Hey, I want to have a match. I'm free now."
But what you're doing is you're comparing a set of games that a pair of games that you pretty much have to do that to play.
Yep.
To a game where you can do that, but you don't have to play.
Yes, I absolutely am. That is explanatory to the effect that I am noticing. Yes, that is explanatory to what I'm noticing.
I can personally find exactly what you're describing from games like Infinity or Guns of Icarus.
Yeah.
In World of Warcraft, in The Secret World, in City of Heroes, in the fucking Warhammer Age of Reckoning, in Final Fantasy XIV, in all sorts of games, right? Because I don't exist in these games as a broad community. I'm not just a player in the game, right? It's not that I'm special. It's that there's sub-communities within the community, and that's where you find the actual community. You find the group of people that you play with. It's your play group. That's what this is, right? If you play a bigger scale game like Magic the Gathering or Warhammer 40,000, right? A more popular war game. It's the same thing. It's the people who play at your local that matter, right?
Yeah.
And whenever you do anything that is sufficiently popular, that's how it's going to be, right? I'm preaching to the choir here. You know this.
No, I'm aware of this. Yeah, these are effects. These are effects partially of scale. I am proposing that this is something that's kind of troubling to think about. That these are significant effects of friction. And I consider this to be a somewhat troubling effect of friction because the implication here is that in order to make the game feel more alive and less alienating in the Marxist sense, requires making it more annoying to play. Which I think a lot of people are not really
Definitely
that enthusiastic.
Less convenient to play.
Yeah. I should have said. I thought about saying convenient. I was like, no, annoying is a more fun word to say, so I said convenient. I went with annoying rather than convenient, but convenient is more accurate.
No.
Yeah, convenient is more accurate.
Yeah. Because inconvenient and annoying are not the same thing.
True.
That's the main thing, right?
True.
Annoying has a lot of baggage.
It does.
And inconvenient only has a lot of baggage if you're a certain sort of person.
Mm-hmm.
For people, for example, I know you and your travel habits.
Yeah.
You will suffer a lot of inconvenience to save $5.
True. True. I will.
And you don't consider this annoying. You consider this a triumph.
To some extent, yeah. To some extent.
Yeah. I have an older friend of mine, who I have not yet introduced you to, but who I've mentioned to you a few times. One of my Japanese friends.
I think I know which one this was. Yeah, didn't mention me while we were there. But
he longs for the days of games being inconvenient as fuck. because his engagement with games, especially with games that he has to put a lot of time into, is about triumphing over that inconvenience through persistence. It is not that he wants it to be a grindy slog because he hates that, he thinks it's boring. It's that he wants to have to actually develop strategies to handle things that are inconvenient and make them more convenient. He views it almost like an engineering challenge.
Yeah, I get that. I get
Right?
that.
And that sort of structure is, I think, deeply appealing to a certain sort of person.
Mm-hmm.
It is not completely alienating from a non-Marxist perspective, right? From a more casual perspective to the average player.
Yeah.
Except what it is. And therein lies the problem. To go back to what we started out talking about in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
The place of uncertainty in art.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because say you're a player who has, let's say you have a total of 10 hours a week to game, which is pretty actually generous for the modern gamer, right?
Yeah. I know many who have much less than that. Yeah.
Yes. I will make this relatively quick because we have ads coming in, and I would like to finish my thought before the ads.
I need to use the bathroom again, so I will.
Yes.
I will not be here. I don't know if the two of you want to take over during ad break or not.
We can chitter chat if Nyano wants to.
Yeah, baby.
It's very funny that like I'm like I feel like I'm talking over Nyanomancer while he's here, but then I'm like, but the boy
He's
needs
just too polite.
He needs to spare his voice.
That's true. He does need to spare his voice.
He needs to be careful with his voice.
So
It's a precious resource. It's a precious resource that you're going to run out of. Yeah.
So, I will address some of the stuff that's being said in chat because I'm the subject expert here on MMORPGs.
Certainly compared to me on MMOs. Yeah, no question on my mind.
I'll address that while you're gone because it's not directly relevant to the point. It's just chit chat, basically, right? But sorry, shit. What was I saying? Right, uncertainty, right? You are a gamer who has 10 hours a week to game.
Yeah.
Do you want to see the content? Do you want to accomplish things? Do you want to achieve things, right? And no, it's not even good luck. Actually, games are kind of designed for this. The modern ladder game, the modern online matchmaking game, is designed to get you into a match as fast as possible and get you out of that match as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the case for every genre, but for every popular genre, yeah, that's what it's for. You are trying to play as many matches as possible. South Korea is a really fascinating example because a lot of people in South Korea play in net cafes.
Yes.
And especially like games like League of Legends. The reason, and this has an interesting demographic effect on the way people view winning in League of Legends.
Mm-hmm.
When they play League of Legends, matchmaking or normal games or ranked or whatever in Korea.
Yeah.
They do not want to fucking grind out a 40-minute game for the chance of winning.
Mm-hmm.
If things don't go well in the first 10 minutes, they want to fucking get out of that game and go again because they pay by the hour.
Yeah.
They want to play as many matches, as high of a density of matches as possible. This is very different than in North America, where most people who play League of Legends play on their home PCs. Mm-hmm. They don't want to, if they are playing ranked, they don't want to suffer the indignity of losing.
Fair enough.
They are there they will spitefully sit there and be the sole person saying, no, we're not surrendering, when they lost lane and have fed like 20 kills to the enemy because they think that they can scale into endgame and win at 45 minutes. And they will keep everybody else there hostage, as we call it, right?
There's
a chance to win.
Well, and it's in an interesting example in there, I'm gonna go to the bathroom after I say this. An example that I think is a game where I think this turns out to be really, really interesting is in the game Dominions, which I will probably never play on stream because it is, even by my standards, an incomprehensible, insane game for lunatics. It is so it is madness. I love talking about it. But the thing about Dominions is that Dominions is a strategy game that is a turn-based strategy game that is very complicated, and this means that games can last for months, and the player pool of the game is limited enough that you develop an individual personal reputation. within the community over time. Like, people know who you are. And so being a person who resigns when the game stops going your way actually makes you lose more, because other players will know that you have a glass jaw, and they will target you for rushes. And if you are a player who has a reputation for hanging on like absolute grim death no matter how bad the situation gets, then you become less vulnerable, because players will go, I could fight Kit Fox, for example, a player who's a little bit infamous. I could fight Kit Fox, but oh my god, it will use up, like, I will be there for an entire fucking month just grinding out every last little dipshit in his entire empire, and what will I even have to show for it at the end?
Now, this also has other deleterious effects. I'm using that word a lot today. Wow.
Yeah.
On your social reputation.
Well,
Kit Fox.
Well, I mean, Kit Fox is no. This is considered honorable behavior. Being a baby who punks out is dishonorable. It's a praised behavior. To ruin everybody else's day by refusing to resign. But in other games, it's not. In other games, it's clearly not. Right. In other games, it is bad for your reputation to be the person who is just like, I will not give up no matter how fucked we are. Okay. Yeah. We are in ad. This means it is Nyano's chance to shine.
Go. Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Cat.
It's
How
me.
How you doing?
I'm gaming.
Ah, I see. When are you
Actually gaming this time. I actually mean it.
So I particularly wanted to address something that Mikey is saying in chat here, right? And that is, I don't know whether or not he has, he does seem to have the ability to see what we were saying, so that is fine. Which is that, so it's very interesting how matchmaking has a much more deleterious effect on World of Warcraft's design than it does on Final Fantasy XIV's. Because Final Fantasy XIV also has matchmaking, and in fact has always had matchmaking, and it's the only way you access dungeons at all. And in World of Warcraft, this basically murdered the game in its crib, so to speak. I mean, not so much its crib. But in World of Warcraft, the game has this huge open world with like a very strong sense of place. And then everybody sits around in towns queuing for dungeons. Nobody goes anywhere except when they have to. You used to have to physically go to the dungeon. You used to have to, like, the dungeon had like a whole pre-dungeon before it that you had to get through. All sorts of shit like that, right? That is a huge part of it, Quincy. It's also because the way socialization is organized and community is organized in Final Fantasy XIV is much more of a situation where when you're playing the game and doing the progression in the game, until you're at endgame, you are playing a single-player game alongside other people. It is not a game with a living world in the same way that World of Warcraft attempted to be for a very long time, right? And with World of Warcraft in particular, right, it was something of an accomplishment of a game. And in a lot of ways, there is yet to be a game that really has outdone it in regards to what it is, right? Which is a open world MMO. There isn't really another one of those that really hits the same marks that World of Warcraft does. Now, World of Warcraft has long since abandoned this as its main ideal, right? It's the ideal of its gameplay. It has long since abandoned this in favor of hardcore raiding and time attack dungeon runs. Yes, 14 has that going on, Quincy, but in addition to that, 14 also just has very different priorities of what it of how it engages with its player base. So the number one complaint that people have about World of Warcraft is that the game is built entirely around the hardcore audience, and the number one complaint that people at least voice about Final Fantasy XIV is that the game is built around the casual audience. hardcore raiders in 14 constantly feel maligned and misrepresented and poorly rewarded. They have a tendency to complain whenever there's content in the game that is not for them. And so do hardcore players in World of Warcraft. The difference is that the hardcore players in World of Warcraft are very well served. The game is based around in-game raiding and Mythic Plus. That's what the game is for. That's what the game is about. Casual players play for a month, go, ooh, look at all these pretty environments, I love unicorns, and then fucking stop playing. And I guess Blizzard is fine with that. Quincy, I kind of do, but I do not necessarily believe that this is the case with World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV. I think that there's a more of a micro, meso, macro sort of dynamic going on with the appeal of different MMOs and multiplayer games. I don't think that's the end-all be-all of the theory, but I think that's a major part of it, where what sort of skills they prioritize is different, and it appeals to different groups of players who feel rewarded, like, emotionally. They receive dopamine and serotonin from accomplishing different sort of tasks. The same goes for fighting games and RTSs, comp shooters, League of Legends, right? Asheron's Call was fucked up and evil. But I don't have any problem. I think World of Warcraft was fine, and like even after they introduced the Dungeon Finder, it hurt the game, but it wasn't like a death sentence, right? The real thing that I think goes on here is the actual release valve here is, I'm gonna be real, I think it's Minecraft and Minecraft games like Minecraft. I think it's games where your experience is so uncurated that it is effectively just a form of stimming and self-expression. I think a lot of survival games get popular for similar reasons. They are directed self-expression, right? Yes. The true successor to the classic MMO. Final Fantasy XIV is interesting psychologically, right? I'm gonna do a little bit of Mikks therapy speak, psychology babble here, so bear with me, guys. But Final Fantasy XIV is a game that rewards consistency, and it rewards finding your comfort zone and staying in it. The games, I don't know how many of you have played Final Fantasy XIV at like a high-end rating level, but I will briefly explain that the way the game presently works is that there is a very strict 2-minute burst window that you are building your gameplay around. And this is very satisfying to the kind of player who wants to hone a particular sequence of actions and do them and succeed. Similarly, the way that 14's more casual content, more standard gameplay loop is designed is comfort first. There is a relatively strict formula that is variated upon rather than deviated from. Dungeon pull. 2 mob packs, followed by 2 more mob packs, followed by a boss. Every single dungeon. And this is both easy on the designers and allows them to put a lot more focus on the art direction of the dungeons than the actual structural design of the dungeons. But yes, Nyano is in fact here.
Yeah.
But and I am talking over him again, I worry. But the
I'll just
main
send you a
thing
picture
here.
of my dinner as a punishment.
Okay, you do that. The real thing that this is achieving is providing a certain sense of psychological comfort to the player base, which should not be underestimated. It should not be underestimated how much Final Fantasy XIV has players that feel much more comfortable going into content that they have never seen before, taking on a role of responsibility, because the game sticks to its formula well enough that once you've mastered the core sets of skills that the game expects you to have, you can generally be expected to apply them after a try or two. One of the true triumphs of Final Fantasy XIV's game design is that it has a really, 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 really good set of sigils that it utilizes. Indications and other systems like that to make it clear what kind of mechanic you're dealing with, even if the exact and particular strategy that you have to deal with it is differentiated from encounter to encounter. But you know what this symbol means, and they use it 100% of the time for this kind of mechanic. And that allows a degree of confidence to exist in a player who has never seen this mechanic before. And that is very comforting to the anxiety-ridden masses that play MMORPGs.
Hello.
Hi, welcome back. I was just briefly elaborating upon the way in which Final Fantasy XIV in particular is designed to bring psychological comfort to its player bases through formula.
Okay, fair enough.
Which is something that I've been doing research on recently because I find it very interesting. I particularly find it very interesting how little it annoys me, right, from a personal level. Usually, this is a
this is like it's coddling is what you would normally describe this as. Yeah.
I would normally describe this as coddling.
Yeah.
However, the game knows what it is and knows what it's doing, and it chooses to utilize this to allow itself to be more daring in other ways. And I find that kind of interesting. Mostly, it leads to a much stronger expression of direction and variety in the art direction.
Mm-hmm.
And the narrative part of the Ludo narrative, right? The way that these repeating, it's almost like repeating motifs.
I was going to bring up this enables this, but to me, I'm seeing something that's a bit of a reactive element to this that I think is a valid and useful reaction here, even if it is kind of reactive game design, which is by making it more clear what attacks are and what they do and such for Final Fantasy XIV, this reduces the demand for shit like weak auras.
Yes, which is very important.
Yeah,
it allows
which means
the game to run much more lightweight, for one thing.
And not just, lightweight is one thing. I was just gonna say, it allows you to actually have any goddamn control over what anything looks like at all.
Yes.
Like...
on top of that, yes. On top of that, it's also just good game design because it allows you to get away with a huge amount of variety in your mechanics without worrying about it being illegible. Legibility is hugely important in a game like Final Fantasy XIV. The only genres that I would say legibility is as important as MMOs is MOBAs and fighting games. RTSs, I would say as well.
Oh, I was gonna bring up that
MOBAs are RTSs.
Like here's a funny. Well, yeah, MOBAs are RTSs. They just are.
Yeah.
But you're just kind of making me think a little bit about the comedy that is legibility in grand strategy games, where it depends on what you mean by legible, right? Like Civilization 4 is, to an experienced mind, a highly legible game. To a new player, it is extraordinarily opaque, right? It has very much its own new language. Yeah, but keep going.
There is an important distinction here that I need to make clear. Legibility in the visuals of a game is much more important in a game that plays out in real time. Players need to know what the fuck is happening without it already having happened. You can get away with this to some extent, where if like you have a mechanic and it sets you on fire if you get hit by it, but it's not gonna kill you realistically, right? I think that is a perfectly reasonable thing to show by demonstration of the effects. However, this is a hole that Souls games have fallen down, where a lot of mechanics in Souls games amount to, well, you got killed by it, I guess you have to do the fight over. I hope you can figure out how you got killed by it before you get killed by it again. And this just repeats, right? There isn't really like a learning curve that you can make that is reasonable. Whereas one of the triumphs of Final Fantasy XIV in legibility is that it ties its learning curve to universal characteristics of the UI.
Yes.
And then that allows the fights individually to be like Final Fantasy XIV's high-end rating is legions more complex than World of Warcraft. The most complicated bosses in the history of World of Warcraft are like normal bosses in Final Fantasy XIV. They're like entry-level bosses, right? This game's like actual complexity is fucking absurd because every boss is a fucking puzzle rhythm game. That's kind of just how it works, right? That's what it's about. What I was actually getting at when I talk about the comfort is the way dungeons are designed, right? Dungeons specifically have a really strict formula that is almost always adhered to, which allows them to be considerably more deviated in terms of their theme and their presentation elements and the way you variate the actual boss mechanics. And more importantly, gives players a lot of comfort in engaging with them for the first time. Did you know that for some reason tanking is still not that popular of a role in Final Fantasy XIV, even though it is dozens of times more popular than in World of Warcraft?
I think that, I do know this because I play tank, and so I've seen the queue times. So I'm aware, and I think it's genuinely pretty interesting, right? That we've talked about this quite a few times, even in 14 you struggle to fill in the tanks. It's still a challenge to fill in the tanks, and this is...
I will give you one reason for that, actually. That is actually kind of interesting. But, no.
I have uninteresting explanations.
Okay.
And one of the things that struck me, and it was actually something that, like, when people were first dragging me into FF14 years ago, that I thought was really kind of a funny contrast, is that the way that the people I was talking to considered it was that they considered tanking to be the hardest role in World of Warcraft and the easiest role in FF14.
It is the easiest role in FF14.
Yeah. I try to be careful about how I express that. Having played mostly tank with a medium amount of DPS and healing, I felt like healing was the hardest.
Healing is the... Okay, my opinion on this is that DPS is the hardest.
Okay.
This is because... Now, I do have a bias here. The skill expression required to heal properly is to make judgment calls on when you need to heal.
Yes.
And to map out your cooldown usage.
Yes.
The skill expression needed for DPS is to do something on a timer.
Okay.
And I suck at that. I'm really, really bad at doing the same thing in the same order every 2 minutes.
My own feeling about why I think DPS is easier than healing is that for me the challenge with healing is exactly what you said, is that it's about task switching. Which is difficult for me.
Task switching is one of my... It's really easy as long as I only focus on one thing at a time.
I'm relatively okay at multitasking, but like knowing when I need to change my prioritization is not something I find particularly easy, and I do make a lot of mistakes when I've healed in FF14.
So I will give you the fun and interesting explanation for tanks. The only tank that people like the aesthetics of is Dark Knight, and Dark Knights aren't very good.
I played Dark Knight. It's not very good. It is, in fact, not very good.
It's not very good. It's not very good for stupid reasons that will probably change next expansion.
Okay.
I
can't
they
speak
kind
to-
of necessarily have to.
I can't speak to why they are not good right now, but when I was playing, which was more like Kata era, it was considered overall worse for exactly the reason why I liked playing it the most, which is that you didn't really have a rotation. You had
You're thinking of Death Knight, right?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Dark Knight is Final Fantasy 14. Death
Yeah.
Knight is.
Yeah, I was thinking
Warcraft.
Blood. I was thinking
But no,
Blood Knights. Yeah.
Blood Death Knight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really have a rotation. You have your rune management, which is cool. It was cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. You are doing a series of priority calls.
Yes.
Like and timing calls, and the people who liked playing World of Warcraft at a reasonably high level just think that as an inferior system to having a fixed rotation.
Yes, because you have more room for error.
Exactly. Yeah.
And also because almost every priority-focused job is also a proc job, which means there's a high variability between pulse, which people don't like, right?
Yeah.
However, I will note,
Yeah.
the main reason in the Kata era that Death Knight, because I actually was a Death Knight main in Kata, right?
Okay. Yeah, same time as me. Yeah, you were just doing it at a much higher level. Yeah.
The reason why, I mean, as high level as you could get in Kata. The reason why Death Knight was maligned is because it was not Druid.
Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And Druid was better at everything than every tank in that expansion. Like, they had so much health, so much self-healing, and so much damage all at once. And you could flex into a DPS slot if you needed to. It was stupid.
Yeah.
I personally believe that Blood Death Knight was very, very good in Cataclysm.
Okay.
They just, like Paladin and Warrior, were second-class citizens compared to Bear Druids with their fucking health pool twice the size of everybody else.
All right. Yeah.
Right? That's basically all it really amounted to in that expansion. And Death Knight was also harder to execute. Because you had to actually give a shit about your resource, where every single other class actually had the harder problem of, how do I spend this resource faster? Right? You were always had a glut of rage on Druid. You always had infinite mana on Paladin, right? But in Final Fantasy 14, right? There are currently 4 tanks in the game.
Yep.
Right? I will give you I won't get into all the details, but I will give you a basic breakdown, right? Warrior, big strong guy with axe. Paladin, knight. Gunbreaker, Squall from Final Fantasy VIII, but more of a like burly gunslinger guy, right? And Dark Knight, edgy.
Yep.
Edgy with lots of beams. Right?
Yeah.
Which do you think is the most popular among anime fans?
Beams, baby.
Well, yeah. Which do you think is the most popular among women?
Beams, baby.
Big great sword, shoots beams, secret dark side powered by your existential angst, right? Like, you think that's not going to be the most popular in terms of aesthetic? It's also, however, unfortunately, for the player base of tanks, yeah, the most technical and punishing tank to play. It is centralized around a single mechanic, which is the only tank mechanic that punishes you if you fuck it up. Actively punishes you. It does not just deny you something, you are actively punished. And it is very difficult to recover from fucking it up, and it's really easy to fuck it up. And yeah, I will note, like, in terms of aesthetic appeal, the classes that are broadly the most popular in Final Fantasy XIV are Astrologian, which has cards and pretty witch robes and stars everywhere.
Yep.
Dark Knight, which is like the edgelord, laser beams, power of night class, and Dancer, which is Dancer.
Yep.
Bard is also relatively popular, but not nearly as much as Dancer. People also kind of like Dragoon, and weebs like Samurai.
Yep.
Those are the aesthetic powerhouses of the game. The problem is, of the tank classes,
Hold on.
3 of them.
You forgot an important aesthetic powerhouse in the game.
Which one?
Because it's the third class citizen class in the balance of the game, which is Red Mage.
Oh, of course. Red Mage. Red Mage. The big problem with Red Mage is that it's a very narrow aesthetic focus.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
It was more popular before they narrowed it to flowers. Flowers. It is an antenna reference. Like the way this class is designed is actually a reference to Utena, and it has become more so over time. And I think that
this shows how not a weeb I am. That I thought the aesthetic reference was the Three Musketeers.
It is that as well, but Utena is also a reference to the Three Musketeers.
Yeah, Utena is also a reference to the Three Musketeers. Yeah, this is
and Chubrosa Versailles, which is a reference to the Three Musketeers. So
yeah.
The important part here is that of the tank classes, 3 of them are 2 of them are very traditional fantasy aesthetic. Big barbarian and holy knight, right? Warrior and paladin.
Yep.
One of them is very Final Fantasy and very niche, Gunblade, right?
Yes.
And the other one is Dark Knight, which is the class that literally every single person wants in every single game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And there's not enough flair for the average player of Final Fantasy XIV in the tanks. I believe that the aesthetic preferences of the player base hugely shy away from traditional fantasy aesthetics.
I was about to say, I mean, the thing is, like, I, unsurprisingly, as a person who's on the older side and in some ways too old to really be a weeb, which is not really true, it's just being a weeb was kind of inaccessible when I was in the right demographic.
I'm definitely a weeb, and
it was pretty inaccessible when I was in the right demographic era for it to really make a big impression on me. Warrior was the obvious one because it's the one that's the most like Frank Frazetta.
Yeah, it's the most Frank Frazetta. It's the most Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah,
it's the Viking class, right?
Yeah, it's a Viking class, and it's I just, as a small aside, I think that the fact that the class quest is primarily about 2 literal brothers getting into an incredibly petty argument on the beach is pretty funny.
It's pretty funny. Yeah. It gets really funny in the Stormblood. The Stormblood Warrior quests are a fucking masterpiece of comedy. They just go so fucking far in slapstick, where they introduce a fucking love interest.
Yes, perfect.
And she is tiny and powered by pure hatred.
Excellent, perfect thing for the Warriors. Perfect thing. This is what the Warrior mains want.
The first thing that happens is that she team rockets them. That's literally the first thing that happens.
Perfect. This is
so stupid.
This is for the Warriors. This is for the boys.
Yes.
But yeah.
The Also, it's very funny for you not to describe yourself as a weeb when I know you've been speaking Japanese since you were a teenager.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, this is the person who I know who speaks the best Japanese as a native English speaker, right? The person I know who learned Japanese as an adult and is the best at Japanese among all the people I know, which is a fairly high bar. His phrase, this is a guy who I learned Japanese with. Like, he was in like my Japanese classes. He just never, ever gave up. And he has been a professional translator for like decades at this point. His phrase for years has been the most important rule is to never be a weeaboo.
This is fair.
Yeah, it is.
You get a paddling if you're a weeaboo after all.
Yeah, you get paddling. if you are actually, again, this is like a cultural shift that's happened over time, is that like, there was a time in the past, there was a time in the far distant past when, there was a pecking order among the people who were in a Japanese class, and the weebs were absolutely on the bottom of the pecking order.
100%.
Unambiguously on the bottom of the pecking order. And I mean, like I say, when I like, my disidentification as a weeb is non-trivially reinforced by my time in VTubing, right? That's, I talk to you two, and I know so goddamn little about anime and Japanese video games, like particularly like JRPGs compared to the two of you, that it feels very appropriate to say that I am not a weeb, that I don't have any of the Nyanomancer,
What?
my dear boy.
Are you gonna call me a weeaboo?
I am going to say something that's going to hurt you. That's why I'm giving you a heads up.
Oh, cool. How badly?
Not very. Which means I know you're going to scream in pain, so I'm curious as how you're going to take this now.
All right, hit me.
I have never, ever seen a single second of Kingdom Hearts that looked remotely cool.
No, I agree.
Yep.
I agree with this.
Every single time I have just been like, this is
because you
dumb.
didn't see the chair in the bug fight.
It is actually a mechanically interesting encounter.
And also because you never really saw like the sequence of fights for Final Xemnas, I'm gonna be real with you.
No, that kind of sucks.
Huh?
I'm gonna be totally real with you. I cannot take Kingdom Hearts seriously. The character designs are too fucking like, ooh, look at me, I'm a shonen anime, and then they want me to take it like it's like fucking, like I'm reading Elric, and I'm just like, no, this is not what I imagine when I hear these words. It's like deeply hard for me to give any credence to a bunch of children screaming about their emotions as though it is like for adults. Even though there's plenty of media that is actually like that.
Yeah, you've seen Iron Blood.
It is more. It's not the no. But the thing I was going to mention here specifically is that this is not just telling that you are less like of a weeb than I am, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are less invested in fictional media.
Oh, I mean, compared to you, almost everybody is. Like that's not saying very much. That's not saying very much.
I would actually not characterize Nyano as predominantly a weep.
Mm-hmm.
I would characterize Nyano as predominantly a gamer who is over the age of 30.
Anyway,
he has the profile for it, right?
Oh man,
dude,
I'm being called the fuck out.
The degree to which you know things about just like video games from like the PS1, PS2 era, compared to the degree to which you know things about like anime, which is what I will insistently and incessantly insist is what the real weeb shit is. Yeah. Like not even manga, anime, right?
Yeah.
And Toho, right? If you know things about Toho, you're just a weeb, or Japanese, one of those two. Yes, Zeros. Unfortunately, we do.
Oh man, brutal.
But I will not deny to being a weeb. I have my own I don't find any issue with this particular label, right? Even though I am of the era where being called an otaku is like calling yourself a slur. The main reason I don't deny this is because I know my interests go beyond this, and that I do not have some sort of perverted fascination with a culture that is like foreign to me. We used to call this some other phrases that I'm not going to use. But ultimately, my perspective on this is pretty much just like, sure, I like Japanese media. I also like French media and Swedish media and Italian media and South American media, and I like comics from Brazil a lot. I think they're great.
Wait, Biscuit, that happened to you too? Oh man, that's brutal. We're all vitamin D deficient on this blessed day.
Just to note, Quincy, by the time weeb was in circulation as a term, right, which is from Perry Bible Fellowship.
Yeah.
This was no longer a slur. The anime was just popular. By the time people started using weeb, it was a response to anime being popular. Right? This is like past the era of Cowboy Bebop. Okay? This is after Toonami. This is after Toonami. This is after Adult Swim. This is after people grew up with like Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo and Scried and like Inuyasha and shit. Okay? Like
Inuyasha.
To back up a million years here, I am merely disclaiming the label of weeb, just to clarify that, like, I don't think Dark Knight is cooler than Warrior. Like, as a matter of aesthetic preferences, I think it is inferior.
What it is, the thing that is actually relevant here is that it is prettier.
Another thing that, as you know, I don't have a lot of preference around, right? My preferred aesthetics tend to be...
It has more sparkly fantasy magic. That's the thing that matters here. That is the commonality in the jobs that are considered very aesthetically pleasing in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
It is the amount of sparkly fantasy magic SFX that are utilized in them. Because people don't really talk about the choreography. When people talk about the choreography, they're usually going to praise, like, Red Mage or Warrior, actually. Paladin has really good choreography, for example, right? But most people don't pay attention to that because they're not animation nerds like I am. Whereas this is, like, the most important thing for me, like, aesthetically, is how something moves. So that, like, and you've mentioned before, you don't find this particularly appealing. This is
it can make a difference, but this is something I wonder about in a broader level, like, to be very abstract here. I'll use a metaphor here.
Yes.
Also, did just notice where something fell on my floor a couple days ago, and I had no idea what it was from. I just figured out what it was from. It was from my ring light. A part of my ring light fell on the floor, and now I figured out why it was on the floor.
Excellent.
Okay, I don't know if I need to keep it. Anyway, the place to use a food metaphor. I really like mangoes and I really like raspberries. But there's two of my favorite foods. And in the case of mangoes, what this means is that I'll buy a mango and I will, put it, I will keep it in a storage container that is good for the mango, which is, say, like a hanging net. And I'll check on it every couple of days, and I've gotten a pretty good skill for telling when a mango is really ripe. And if I have a really good mango, it's like one of the best experiences of my life, right? Like I will have that mango there for days waiting for it to ripen the exact right amount. With raspberries, I am just happy to be eating raspberries even if they fucking suck. Even if they're, like, really underripe or, like, really overripe, like, I don't really care. I'm just happy to be eating them. I'm just happy to be eating raspberries. They're just a wonderful time. And I can think of pieces of animation and motion that have really struck me, but it's a very small number of times. So I don't know if that means that I'm, like, just incredibly picky or what. Right, like I don't.
I would wager that it's less that you're. Well, picky might be the right word. I don't like using that word because it makes it sound like it's a matter of taste. Whereas what I think it likely is from your perspective is that you have. I mean, pickiness is probably the best way to put it. You obviously you have some very obvious. And I don't want to put you on blast here, but
go for it.
Super duper obvious preferences that are largely based in cognition that you have rather than subconscious appeal.
Yeah.
You have decided in a lot of cases the kind of person you want to be. And you have taught yourself to value the things based on those standards that you have for yourself. Right? And I think that sometimes interacts with your artistic preferences as well. Because why wouldn't it? Right? And this is not a criticism, I should mind you, right? This is not intended to be a criticism of you in any way. I think that calling yourself picky would not be the most inaccurate, because I think that you tend to... A lot of times your taste seems to be defined more by exclusion rather than inclusion. By focus rather than generality, right?
This is true. I often experience the world through a series of eliminations. Right.
Yes.
This is this is just actually just accurate to how like I experience the world and my thoughts is like I encounter millions of things and then I figure out which ones are unacceptable, right? Rather than like one just striking me. It's Likaios. Hold on, we got a raid here. Likaios, what were you working on, Likaios? What were you working on? I'm sorry I missed your stream. I know you were doing some sewing, right? What were you working on? What were you working on? For the readers, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, and old man whomst love old things. I mostly do calligraphy. This was supposed to be a calligraphy stream, but I have been ADHD super locked into just discussing movies and video games for 3 hours. And I also paint miniatures a lot, and I play a lot of city builders. Little zipper pouches from upcycled bed sheets. That is extremely adorable. For my folks, if you are not familiar with Likaios is a seamstress. That is her specialty.
Oh, that is cool.
Yes.
It's basically being a witch. It's basically the same.
Yes. She does sewing. She does cosplay sewing. I don't know if she would identify specifically as a seamstress, but I have caught her stream many a time when she has the big old singer out to stitch things together for her cosplay. It is highly respectable streamer over here, Likaios. She also has, I think, one of my favorites PNG tubers. She has made herself very small and sitting on one of those tomato pin cushions, which is very cute. And when she has a gamer PNG where she is sitting on one of those tomato pin cushions and she has the NES controller, but it's like the size of her.
That's really cute.
It's across her lap, across her lap like a full size keyboard. The buttons are like the size of her head. It's great. It's super cute. I love it.
I respect that.
Yeah, I'm quite
That's
envious.
smart.
I'm quite envious of it. But yes, you sit on the stack of VHS for the. I didn't notice that because I'm a dingus. But yes,
That's even cuter.
I like
appreciate
Likaios
it.
quite a bit. Looks like it's customized because it only has one red button. True, you are correct. Let me get into hellos. Hello, Likaios. Hello, Zana Lander. Hello, some birdie. Hello. And hello to the rest of the raiders. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. As said, we are psychoanalyzing our taste in MMO classes is what we're actually in Final Fantasy 14 classes.
In my case, what I'm specifically doing is this is something that I've been like kind of considering for a long time in regards to like our friendship, right? Which is pretty much just like I like to know why my friends like the things that they like. And a lot of the times, if I just ask, I don't actually get an answer. Usually because they haven't thought about it that hard. Because I am an unusual freak in that I think incredibly hard about every single thing that I do. This is not me attempting to valorize myself. I am very close to being OCD.
Yeah.
And I feel that every action that I take and every thought that I have must be justified, or I am unworthy of being alive. And so, hi, Sybil. I don't actually think Al has mother issues. So
not particularly. I mean, within the spectrum of mother issues, I resemble my mother in a lot of ways, and I like her quite a bit. And I guess is it a mother issue to wish that you could live up to your mother's expectations?
No,
because you just think that she's really neat.
No.
Hello, Mr. This Guy. I can teach quite a few subjects, Mr. This Guy. Today we are doing a subject where I am more getting taught than anything else. But
in some ways, what I'm hoping for here is the pushback that you are giving me sociologically on my assumptions here, because as I've always said, right? Well, as I said earlier today, in fact, right? My focus is often like, how do we get these 5 guys to behave better? And the sociological focus, your focus, is how do we make people not care what those 5 guys think?
Yeah.
Right? How do we stop those 5 guys from influencing everybody else? Right? And it's kind of just a different form of problem solving. Right? Like, I view, because I am a psychologist and you're a sociologist, I view the problem not as the second order knock-on effects of bad behavior, but as the bad behavior being expressed in the first place.
Yes.
And you view that as a problem to be worked around rather than to be solved.
Yeah. No,
right? And I think that there's a synthesis that eventually occurs here when sociologists and psychologists and historians and anthropologists and other forms of social scientists work together. That often leads to leaps and bounds of social progress and makes people's lives much better. When we're actually listened to.
Good luck on that one, buddy.
Good luck on that one. I think I have a slightly better shot than sociologists do for the most part, because people like the idea of psychology and they don't like the idea of sociology.
It's true. It is. This is actually something I think is kind of like as a kind of aside. I think is kind of an interesting thing is that on the spectrum of how people emotionally react to what these disciplines are and what they are, and like when somebody expresses like, oh, this is from this discipline, sociology is very high on the list for people dismissing it out of hand and then even sometimes going backwards and using it as their byword for uninformed. Which is interesting because so much of I think a lot of what sociology is about when we are trying to do sociology, or I mentioned this earlier and I'm retreading some ground here. So much of what sociology is looking for the places where there are emergent social phenomena that are not just the sum of psychological decisions.
Yes.
Right.
And that is something that people find hard to believe is real.
They do not want it to be real. They hate.
That's what I mean.
They hate it. And when they are willing to accept it as real, they want it to be economic behavior.
They want it to be economic behavior, or they want it to be easily actionable.
Yeah.
Usually at a psychological level.
Yeah, usually at a psychological level. And I think to some extent a lot of why this winds up being something that why sociology winds up with such a negative reputation in certain parts of the discourse, because the negativity of the reputation of sociology is very politicized, right?
Yes.
It is very politicized, and it is very specifically that sociologists are fairly repeatedly finding something that psychologists have been banging the drum about for frankly longer than the sociologists have, but psychologists have the imprimatur of being a hard science and the imprimatur of being about individual agency in a way that sociologists is not.
Yeah. You couldn't see it, but I rolled my eyes when you said hard science.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, people were acting like Jordan Peterson was doing like hard science with like calipers and chemical assays.
There's a reason for that with Peterson. But...
Well, I mean, he tries to play that up, but that's not what Peterson did.
Peterson uses everything.
Yeah, he's
a fucking dipshit. And people want to believe. Look, if you make something sound like it's part of the natural world and there's a natural order to things, people will think it's a hard science.
Yeah, and
which is fucking insane.
He's a literary critic who happens to like Carl Gustav Jung a lot, is what he actually is.
Yes, that's exactly what's going. That is such a good way to describe that motherfucker.
Like But anyway, to my point, a lot of the conclusions that sociology has come to repeatedly over and over and over again over the century and a half, I was about to say centuries, and it's definitely not centuries, that it has existed in any meaningful sense, is the existing social organization we have that focuses on short-term individual solutions is irrational and fails to achieve the objectives that it states it has.
Yes.
Which is something that psychologists have been beating the drum about for forever, right? Like this is not like a novel to
this
sociologists.
Freud was
this is Freud's thing. This is Freud's thing. This is one of the funniest things to me in the world, having being such like an old, is that like most of the anti-Freudian arguments that I have encountered over my lifespan have been that Freud basically said that Western civilization is a machine for making people mentally ill. And if you are a person who wants to valorize Western society and stigmatize mental illness at the same time, this is not acceptable.
Correct. This is something that I've been dealing with pretty much my entire, I'll call it my career, though. You know, I've never really practiced. I'm not a therapist, right? I'm not a therapist. I do not have a doctorate. I want to make that really clear. I have about 1,700 clinic hours.
Yeah.
And I have time working in like suicide prevention and as a counselor, right? Not the same thing as being a practicing psychotherapist of any sort. But I have been like in my time in advocacy for mental health, which is somewhat significant at this point in my life. I have been dealing with this shit the entire time. It's incredibly frustrating.
Sybil, I'd say there was less that it was like it's your humors, you hysterical woman, because he definitely did not deny that it's your humors, you hysterical woman. Maybe the humors part, but he didn't deny the you hysterical woman part. He was definitely misogynistic as fuck. But that he thought that you could be normal and mentally unwell at the same time. Because
yes,
not just then, but particularly then, but still to this day, a lot of people believe that normal and mentally well are synonyms.
Yes, which is not true.
It's not true. It's not fucking true.
Like, okay, you know what's normal? You know what's fucking normal in this bitch of a world? Crying in your car before your shift because you've worked 70 hours and you can barely afford rent.
Yeah.
That's normal.
Yeah.
It's not good, it's not healthy, it's incredibly toxic, and it's killing us as a society and as human beings, but... Sorry, I'm on my soapbox for just a second.
Yeah.
Back down. But it's not abnormal. Normal is not healthy. Healthy is healthy. And that's going to be different for every person, but even at a broad societal, sociological, with respect to the sociology of this level, there's a lot of situations that are normal, like poverty, or famine during a time of depression, that are not good and that are not desirable and that should not be adjusted for, or like a society should not be directed towards. A society is not normal when there's people who are so much more wealthy than others. There's so much wage inequality and all these sorts of things. Blah blah blah. I'm a communist. But
yeah,
you get my point.
We it
drives me insane.
It's maddening. It's maddening. Anyway. This is I suppose, like I said, this is a lot of why our hold on. So Big Game Mikey, this is something that people have thought about for a while. What are the consequences of the greatest generation being gone? The consequence that is the most literarily satisfying, and I think is a kind of interesting one that I kind of believe but don't have evidence for, it just sounds right to me, is that the willingness of people to do wars over incredibly stupid reasons is somewhat an effect of people being less familiar with horrible wars. However, there are good reasons to think that this is a stupid maxim. And I for one thing, a good case point of this not having a lot of sensibility is that the most psychotic politicians that Japan has had in the last 100 years have largely been people who survived World War II and thought the only reason why they lost was that they weren't evil enough. And those are people who fought in World War II. I'm talking about people who fucking fought in World War II and were just like, my only regret is not doing enough war crimes kind of assholes. And these people being dead is a fucking boon for Japanese society. Yeah. The guy who did like the main guy responsible for the Comfort Women program became a major LDP politician after the war.
Yes.
There were some fucking psychos in the post-war Japanese government. I mean, yeah. I mean, and Shark, I mean, this was a competition, right? Like Japan had a lot of internal political struggles. The thing that you'll hear from Nazi weebs in the West about Japan having no political strife is an output of them deliberately not looking at data.
Yes.
And their incredible intellectual incuriosity. And
I mean, that's kind of a trait of Nazis in general.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, literally Brett Devereaux's most
And
recent
of
essay.
weebs.
Yeah, and of weebs.
I would hope that those two things might cancel themselves out and just make it so that there aren't any Nazi weebs. But
no, apparently these are things that build into each other, right? That like these are things that these are mutually reinforcing tendencies. The studied incuriosity and the emotional commitment to choosing which facts you believe based on what they do to your sense of masculine grievance rather than their believability.
Also, your Cold War derived paranoia.
Yeah, your Cold War derived paranoia.
As the Cold War historian here, right? Because that's actually like my only real area of historical expertise. Right? It's post World War II contemporary Cold War politics, and social politics. Right?
We got raided by Sotek, you motherfucker.
Sotek.
You motherfucker.
You're gonna try to get him?
I was thinking about it. I'm gonna snooze so that we can spend a little more time with Sotek. Hello, Sotek. Hello, Hawk. How was Astro treating you, Sotek? How was Astro treating you?
Are you enjoying the cards, Sotek?
He is the master of the cards. He has become tired of the plastic and embraced the cardboard. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy, which is what this stream was supposed to be, but instead of calligraphy, I have simply been yelling about Final Fantasy XIV and related topics for 4 fucking hours.
Apparently we are talking about war criminals.
Yeah, we have. I mean, what else could Final Fantasy XIV ever not discuss, right? Like the most important topic in Final Fantasy XIV, war crimes. This is not true. It's actually colonialism. But
yes.
Yes, welcome in Sotek, welcome in Sotek. For the Sotek-ians, I am, like I said, I am a former professor of sociology. I am joined today by my 2 friends, Mikks.
I am Mikks.
And Nyanomancer. Nyanomancer wants to chill, but he is sparing his voice because he is in the middle of a horrifying subathon.
Donathon.
A donathon. It's a terror of a donathon.
Terror of a donathon. He's doing an archipelago.
Would
you like to explain what an archipelago is for the chat?
No.
Nyano? Okay. Wizards don't explain their ways, I understand.
That's true. I will explain the archipelago then.
Have you ever wanted to pick up Castlevania items in Kingdom Hearts 2? With Archipelago, you can.
Archipelago is a method of converting time play. It's a way of, instead of playing Majora's Mask, you can instead just play more Kingdom Hearts 3.
Wrong. 2.
Kingdom Hearts 2. There we go. Yes. Thank you.
I would never listen. I played 3 once, and unless I can get mods to make it play a lot better, and you can now, I refuse to play it again.
Okay. So imagine if instead of playing a bunch of Majora's Mask, you are instead just playing even more Kingdom Hearts 2.
Have you ever wanted to have a Keyblade?
No, I haven't.
In Majora's Mask?
This has never occurred to me. All right. Sotek, survive the storm. Have a good night, Sotek. So for my folks, Sotek knows more about Warhammer than you do. This is not a You will
But
lose.
nice.
This is not a you do not. This is you are. If you wish to get into a lore off with Sotek about Warhammer, you will lose. This is not a question. This is the official stance of Games Workshop. He is literally a professional Warhammer knower. He doesn't care about 40k. He does not give a shit about 40k.
Yeah.
He is a fantasy guy.
He likes the good Warhammer setting, and also is a really sweet guy.
Yeah, that the Imperium sucks ass. Yes, correct. Correct. The most incontrovertible fact. The core fact that from which all other 40k facts must flow.
The Imperium sucks.
Yeah, 40 what? Thank you, Hawk. Thank you, Hawk. Thank you, Hawk.
I wanna throw it outside.
It's
Hi,
Nagi.
Nagi.
It's
He was looking
Nagarunsky.
for the boys, I guess.
Hello.
She couldn't find the boys.
Yes, the boys. We gotta, dudes. We have gotta get me and the boys.
It's true. It's true.
I
gotta do it.
agree completely. I know exactly.
We have gotta do it.
I
and
know
we've
what you're
gotta put
asking
gravy
for,
in
and I approve.
Yeah, we gotta put gravy in it. We've gotta get one of these things, okay?
Yeah.
The fuck? I didn't buy that shirt. Oh, this looks ass.
I don't know how many people you need for me and the boys meme.
4.
4? Yeah. Okay. Then the 3 of us plus gravy is correct.
Yes. Man, I love that guy.
Gravy's so good. But yes. Yes.
We were briefly talking about war crimes.
We were briefly talking about war crimes. Somebody asked the question of like what are the sociological influences of the Greatest Generation basically being gone, and it's hard to trace which ones are causal, right? It's hard to trace which ones are and which ones are specific generational effects, right? There's effects that might not have much to do with that. Because, like, this is one of those things where we run into the problem of how many timelines do we have access to? 1, right? We have a linear passage of time forward, and
Unless you're
anything.
Nyano, then you probably
Yeah, well, but Nyano won't reveal his secrets to the rest of us.
This is true.
And so teasing out macro scale causation can be extremely painful to arguably impossible. There are definitely people who think that you just are not allowed to do it, right? That like it's just not a legitimate scientific process.
It can be maddening and also to some extent, depending on what you're doing it for, futile to the degree that it is self-harm.
Yeah.
Which is a rare occasion where I will say trying to figure out something is harmful to you.
Yeah.
But one thing that I think is very interesting, like particularly me plus boys, that sounds like that actually sounds just like a K-pop group.
Yeah. Yeah.
But one thing that so we do have ads coming up in about.
We do. I have been eyeing that. I have been eyeing the ads.
I wanted to mention one thing in brief before I forget it again, in relation to the subject of the Greatest Generation and war, which is that I think that from my perspective as a psychologist, one of the more dangerous elements of the way we view war is how much of it is done so far away with bombs and missiles and not feet on the ground, right?
Yeah.
Because it is provable, measurable fact that using a tool is not the same thing as using your hands. Psychologically. Right? This is provable down to the point of gun. Shooting a gun is not the same as stabbing somebody. It does not have the same lingering effects on you. Other things do. There are other forms of PTSD and trauma that you experience from doing violence and being involved in violence. But, very importantly, saying kill that guy is not the same as killing that guy. In the way it feeds back into you psychologically. And the more distance you create, the safer it is for an atrocity to occur for you psychologically. This is very important to remember when talking about modern warfare and how easy it seems to be for people. Even though it's absolutely not, from every veteran I've ever spoken to in my entire fucking life, right? Regardless of what position they were in. It's just important to remember that a distant war is a safe war for the person who is distant from it.
True. That's true. Yeah.
And this plays a lot into the feelings that people have about it, right? And the cavalierity, right, of the way war is discussed right now. It's not just that people haven't experienced the hardship. It's that it is literally desensitization that is occurring.
I'm going to take a brief aside for some technical explanation. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'll let you keep them going. So we have this phrase, the greatest generation. It refers to people who fought in World War II. This is not a coinage by the people of that generation. This is a coinage by a baby boomer. Because baby boomers are, to some extent, the concept of generations in this way, where like there's Gen Xers and there's baby boomers. It was all a tool designed to describe baby boomers. And then the other generations were invented working backwards from that. So this was a baby boomer describing his father's generation as the greatest generation. And then, the baby boomers are describable as a generation because of interesting demographic effects. And then everything else is just kind of, no, it's an old thing. It's an old thing, Mr. This Guy. It's old. It's old shit. Yeah. I'll just actually type this out because you might not see it. Anyway. That's kind of what I had to say. I'm going to use the bathroom. The other boys are in charge of chat.
Oh boy.
It is us, the boys. We are here.
The boys. We are here. We are waiting. We're powerful. I'm stretching the shit.
Do I have water? Yes, I do.
They're part of the gayest generation? Oh, man.
I'm pretty sure the gayest generation is actually like the pre-zoomers, right? Not quite like the younger millennials is probably the gayest generation, actually.
I was going to say,
I mean, this is the Spartans, but
yeah, there we go. I was gonna say like 400 BCE, but
sorry, I'm typing in chat, so you can just speak if you would like. Yes, you, cat.
That's crazy. Why would I ever utter a word? That's just illegal. East Coast is the best?
Well, you haven't lived here very long, right? So.
Huh?
I mean, you haven't lived here for long periods of time, so you can't really quite judge. But then again, I suppose I couldn't really judge whether or not it's the best either, because I've never lived on the West Coast for a very long time. So.
True.
I mean, I will say our burger places are better.
Yeah, you know what? That's true.
That's the main thing I will say. We have better burgers and we have better Vietnamese, but West Coast
also
definitely
better Ethiopian
and better Chinese, better Ethiopian. But that's not the truth is the DC area is just the only place to get really good Ethiopian in the United States, right? Barring free single locations, right? But The I just don't like American pizza, so I can't really I cannot really judge that. But definitely like the West Coast has better Japanese and better Chinese, definitely, right? I mean, New York has really good Chinese, so like that, but that's New York City, right? It doesn't fucking count. Oh, yeah. Theo, what did you get when you went to Ethiopian? Yeah, probably Zay. My preference in pizza is like very like traditional Italian. So, Nagi inflicted this on me. She is a pizza snob.
It's true.
Oh yeah. Was it
I want a pizza oven.
You should get a. Was it on the injera? Theo, because injera is so fucking great, right? Yeah. That is the good thing to try. With when you go to Ethiopian. Did you go with like a group or by yourself? I love Ethiopian. Ethiopian is like the dining experience that I will not shut the fuck up about. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, the real charm of Ethiopian is, I believe, as a group dining experience.
Yes.
I think that it really brings out its value when you're in a group of like 3 to 4 people. It's super nice, right? One of my most pleasant dining experiences. I love Afghani. I love Syrian. I believe so DJ and Nora and I went out to dinner yesterday, and I believe we went to a Uyghur place, and I believe that was the first time Nora had Uyghur, which is another one of my favorite cuisines, right? Though nothing compares to just like walking into random shops specialized in Uyghur food in New York. Like, nothing compares to that. Like, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, pretty much. Like, there's fucking magic happening there, I swear to God. Right? I'm from Maryland, so I have to like sing the praises of crab cakes. I know Nagi was not especially impressed. But I don't think she had like really authentic crab cakes, to be completely honest with you. I do love crab cake though. NYC is a good city for food tourism. Toronto is also a good city for food tourism, Mikey, if you're ever in Canada. Right? I will feed you crab, Nagi, don't worry.
Crab.
Mm-hmm. It's with Ethiopian, Theo, it's kind of like I've had pretty mediocre Ethiopian. I couldn't tell you for certain whether or not the place that you went was like amazing, or maybe the food is just not to your taste, or maybe the place just wasn't that good, right? But like the difference between like mediocre Ethiopian and like really good Ethiopian is like massive, right? So, hello Al, welcome back.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
It's true. I am capable of coming back.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sometimes you don't get that great of Ethiopian. I've never had particularly good Ethiopian in New York City. Like, insanely as that sounds. I've never had particularly good Ethiopian here. In DC, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's one of our specialities. There's a lot of Ethiopian people in DC, right?
Yeah.
So, a lot of Ethiopian, a lot of Vietnamese in the Virginia, DC, Maryland area, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I'm concerned, if Ethiopian food is this good, they must be one of the greatest peoples on planet Earth.
There's
certainly one of the oldest peoples on planet Earth.
There's arguments to be made, right? There's arguments to be made about what it means to be great. Ethiopia does have a strong record during the ancient classical, medieval, and early modern eras of powerful independent states with excellent artistic and fashion traditions, and a independent Christian tradition, which is always interesting. But yeah. I see, Big Game Mikey. I almost want to do a tier list of my favorite cuisines. I think I've done it before on stream.
I don't see why you shouldn't do it again, right?
Yeah, like why not? Why not? Let's. So the actual reason why not is because using tier maker for text-based things is annoying.
The actual thing is you should prepare this and do it on a stream, right? With like photos and stuff of what you're.
Yeah, as opposed to what I was going to do, which was do it in Notepad.
You are such a psychopath. It's charming, but it is psychopathic.
Yeah. I can tell you that. Oh, there's a cuisine ranking one. This is mid. Mid. My S's are probably going to be. What?
You need to sing it with me.
I'm not going. I am not going to sing along with people over the internet.
No, you have to. You gotta, Mr.
No.
Midman.
No.
Mid.
I have
the greatest mid that I've ever met.
I have.
Midman.
Have I not told you my trauma about this?
No, you have not.
I was in a work call. I was in a work call in early COVID. And we had over 200 people in the call over Zoom. And they tried to get us all to sing along to one song.
Mm.
Oh no.
Do you have any idea of the level of discordance that is?
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Oh.
Hey, Al, what would you say Injera tastes like?
Injera is a little bit like sourdough. I might have actually been Imagine. I wanted to say it was Imagine, but I can't remember what else it would have been. It's a little bit like sourdough. It's like a little bit earthier, I would say, than most sourdoughs.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't have like I have pretty limited experience with sourdough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because American sourdough kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And there's just better options elsewhere in the world. So I don't really get sourdough other places. But I would say it's a lot less sharp than sourdough is.
That's true. It's I think earthier is a good way to. That's I think that concords with earthier. It's less sharp than
definitely.
Yeah, it is fairly
very
spongy.
Spongy bread.
Mm-hmm. It is a flatbread, right? It is a flatbread. It is like a soft flat spongy is a good way to put it. Yeah. Spongy is a good way to put it. I fucking love Ethiopian. My S tiers are pretty much gonna be like Ethiopian, North Carolina, Mexican, Shanghai.
Shanghai, yeah. Shanghai is a good one.
Yeah.
I think I'd have to have Ethiopian, honestly, legit Uyghur is up there.
Okay.
I was saying earlier Syrian.
Syrian is a good one, yeah. Yeah.
Probably, honestly, so not fish dishes, but Swedish baked goods. I am a big fan of the very tart, soft flavor of a lot of Swedish sweets.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's, I have a bias here. I grew up with this shit, right?
Yeah, of course.
Japanese is also going to be really high. I don't like sushi, but I like almost everything else, right?
Yeah.
So, it's hard to deny that. Peruvian. I like Peruvian a lot. Honestly, I think New American is actually really good. I think New American, like, aside from its like over reliance on meat, is pretty good food just overall. I don't know. I could do one of these too. We could both do them on like different days and then compare. It's obviously going to be a little bit different because like I eat meat dishes and you don't. But
yeah. Sotek, I don't know that Ethiopian does a lot of chicken. Beef is fairly common, but most people I know, the consensus favorite dish among Americans seems to be Messir Wat, which is a lentil dish.
I will say they do chicken. And they also do fish, if you like fish.
Oh, they do a lot of fish. But I am of the opinion that Messir Wat is one of the finest dishes on the planet.
Messir Wat is excellent.
Yeah, a good Messir Wat is
revolutionary.
Yeah,
honestly.
It'll change your life.
This is just further argument that you should clearly come down and visit me so that we can go to the Ethiopian place.
I mean, I should. It's not that far. It's not that hard. It's.
And you don't have to pay for a hotel.
I don't have to pay for a hotel. In case people aren't catching, Mikks lives in DC. I live in New York. It's actually not that hard to get there. It's like $30.
Legitimately, he could come down for an afternoon and be home for dinner, right?
There was when I had the power outage, I actually was considering going down for just like for the weekend. I was like, I might just go down for the weekend. Honestly, the only reason why I'm not considering doing it in the next couple of weeks is because we're going to Offkai and I need to get stuff ready for Offkai.
Yeah.
That's legitimately all there is to it.
Yeah, it's just like a lot of stuff, right? So
yeah, I'm just getting stuff ready for then.
Well, my folks would love to see you. So.
I know they would. I
think they like reminders that I have friends.
Fair. I actually have a shitload of small bottles, as is Blue. I am also purchasing new luggage. Because I want to have something that actually properly fits in the overhead storage.
What a smart man.
Yeah.
I also bought a new bag.
In extremely Almantas fashion, the deciding factor in which thing to get was based on the warranty.
I was so I was so impressed by the bag that our mutual friend had in Japan that I got the same bag. I got the same bag because I'm an unoriginal fuck, right?
Okay,
so,
of course, yeah.
I'll show you a Blue.
I'm actually curious as to which one you specifically mean because my memory's terrible.
I'll show you too, Al.
I just post in the Galleria, or something.
Yeah, sure, I can do so.
Yeah. Oh wow, I'm getting like a full minute lag from live. But that's interesting. I only just now saw the Witch bag from Blue.
Yeah.
But I mean the good thing, Sheriffs, from my perspective, is that the US requirements for carry-on for like the overhead carry-on are more restrictive than the Shinkansen's restrictions. So if you have something that can fit into an American overhead compartment, it counts as the good kind of luggage for using on Shinkansen, which was something I was concerned about.
That's very fair. I mean, my big thing has been reducing the amount of stuff. Yeah,
this one.
It's such a good bag.
Yeah,
this one.
I thought you were talking about like one of the bigger ones, and I was like, I don't think any of those had particularly great ones on that trip. And no, this one was really good.
No. My crusade over the last 6 months has been to reduce the amount of stuff that I have and change it so that I can travel with just a carry-on item, right? Which I have been successful in. Now I need to get a new piece of hard shell luggage, right? Because I found my old hard-shell luggage, and I tried to open it, and it fell apart. So
Amazing.
I have not used that thing in like 2 decades. So
yeah, well, Sheris, I get so confused by like the total linear inches thing. The total linear inches thing is like so strange to me. And that's like how Japanese luggage sizing is done. And I'm like, but no, the shape matters, right? Like total, if you want to have an efficient thing with total linear inches, the most efficient is going to be a cube because of math. And that's not going to fit into a lot of the containers that they're talking about.
this is true. No, I think like basing it on the Shinkansen standards is actually a really smart idea.
Mhm.
Like that's actually a really good idea for.
Again,
your
it
luggage
is purely more restrictive than the American one.
Yes.
So if you have a carry-on, an overhead carry-on for a trip to Japan, you can use the Shinkansen without challenge.
Yes.
I am definitely trying. I will admit I am partially trying to think a little bit more intelligently about this coming trip than I have about some other trips, because I usually pack very quickly and last
And
minute. Yeah, and last minute. Well, I mean, because that's what enables that, right? Is that like I know that it takes me about 15 minutes to pack for a week, so that means that I don't pack until the last half hour. But I overpacked pretty badly for off-Kai in ways that were really annoying. So I'm trying to be a little bit more intelligent.
Yeah. Like I said, I have reduced it to the point where I have one bag with my clothes in it, right? A compression bag. And then my phone, my wallet, my passport, and my tablet, and anything else that I need to bring for accessory reasons. And I technically don't even actually need my wallet, but if I'm traveling domestically, I bring it. Yeah, I charge this. Well, in my case, I mean, I also have a bathroom kit, right?
Yeah, I've got a bathroom kit that's the only reason why it's not totally pre-packed is because I don't have a spare electric toothbrush. I only own one because they're expensive, so I have to pack that. But otherwise, it's
I got
just
a smaller portable shaver, so I hope it works decently. I've tried it out a couple times; it seems to be okay. So I have to pack that, right? But
whereas you know my policy, you know my plan for that.
Yeah. Yep.
It depends. Bullet trains can be cheaper or more expensive. I don't know,
It depends on how far you're traveling.
Yeah, it does depend a lot on how far you're traveling. Vovern, I never make the list because my forms of problems are different from your forms of problems. I find Nate very charming. I really like Nate. I'm afraid that he's now taking this in like a negative light. No, I love Nate.
Nate is a lovely person and a dear friend.
Yeah.
I thought he was a sword.
Swords can be friends.
Swords can be persons.
Not a deer.
I mean,
deer sword.
Hearn, right? But yeah.
I have never stayed in a capsule hotel. It felt completely unnecessary. We were there in February, which is pretty shoulder season. So I don't think Mikks
Great
saw
time
it.
to travel, I am.
Yeah, Mikks did not see this. Nyano saw the Kyoto place I was staying.
Was it nice? I didn't get to go to Kyoto.
Yes, it was very nice.
It was like $30 a day.
Damn.
Like it was
a nice
real
spot. It was a very nice spot.
It was
Admittedly,
legitimately
it was kind of in a.
I loved where it was.
Annoying walk away from the station, but you know.
It was 15 minutes. It was legitimately. I would have lived
really
there.
annoying when you're lugging around 45 pounds of luggage.
You guys had so much luggage. I was I was definitely like, what the hell is this?
I remember when I showed up to Off-Kai last year. I think it was you who said, "Oh wow, I thought I packed light, but
Yeah, you packed
Right?
lighter than I did. I
My travel was a suit bag. That's all I had with me.
Yeah. I have every plan of packing like an absolute maniac, which is to say, traveling with actual full ingredients.
Yeah.
Uh,
To be fair, we do have
That's insane of you, by the way.
So, yeah.
Listen, that was legitimately a lesson I learned from last Offkai. Was like I could just fly with some of this stuff. Why did it never occur to me to just fly with some stuff?
Baka? As far as I know, yeah. As of her last stream. This is Baka Matai AU.
Yeah,
right?
Baka.
Who lives in Japan.
Yes.
So.
Yes, you do.
Japan isn't real.
It's true.
Japan isn't real, but we could make it real. This is the project of VTubing. Is to make Japan from the hit anime real.
No, you mean the hit anime like Yamato Daishi, right?
I thought you were gonna say Ghost in the Shell.
That would be really funny.
Yeah.
I should have said that. That would have been much funnier, but I am not funny. So,
Oh, yes, Sotek, have I given the Sotek? I think Sotek has faculty rights. But...
Well, now you know to give Sotek faculty rights if you have not yet given Sotek faculty rights.
How's the fastest way for me to check this? Probably just to go through roles. Anyway.
Do it, but...
Have a good night, Sotek. Thank you for dropping your community off with me. Thank you for stopping
Sotek.
by. Have a lovely, lovely night. Yep, Sotek does. Sotek does have permissions. Oh, workout time. Squats. I will do squats.
I'm still beat up from the other day, so I will not be joining you, unfortunately. But
I am like 2/3 of the way through my second beer.
jeez.
Because nobody redeemed hydrate when I had it on, and then there's a point in the stream where it's too late for me to want to have hydrate enabled, so I disabled it a while ago, and then had a beer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That felt pretty good. And then the right one. 1, 2, 3. He feels funny on this one. 4. To readjust my standing. 5. I'm going to stop there. I'm sorry. I will be lopsided. Yeah. There's it's not my hips. There's an anterior ligament on the kneecap that occasionally is really tight. And that's actually a lot of the reason why I do like to do squats. And is because that does help with that. But it is like the one muscle I'm like really worried about right now.
Right. Makes sense.
I was doing one-legged squats. I was doing I think pistol squats is the term. So just body weight. I don't think they're technically pistols, because usually when you're supposed to do a pistol squat, it's like you extend your leg out in front of you, and I actually cross mine behind me because that's easier to balance. But it's still one-legged squats. I've got pretty hefty quads.
Pretty hefty quads.
Pretty hefty quads.
What a name.
Shrimps. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that might be a term, but I wasn't sure.
Nate knows. Nate knows, right?
Nate's smart. Nate's a knowledgeable man. Oh, please, Lykios, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Yes. We will. I'm probably not going to make this a super duper long stream because one, I didn't actually touch any calligraphy, and I'm not going to start now. And I'm streaming tomorrow.
Myself.
It's fine. And I would like to not be dead tomorrow. So, yeah, there's that.
That is fair.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never heard of a skater squat. Never heard of this, but yeah. I don't know. I like to.
You're a jock.
I kind of am. I am kind of a jock. I think that this is fair.
The actual stereotype that you fit into is runner.
That is very true. If
you were a slightly different kind of person, the stereotype that you would fit into would be yoga dork.
I am very close to being a yoga dork. I actually do like yoga a lot, but I know enough about actual yoga dorks to know that I am considerably different.
Yes.
I am pretty athletic. I think that is actually just fair to say. I am
traditionally athletic, specifically, not so much sports, but
making my body work. I like to make my body work. Okay, Nate saying that, I am very flattered. I am very flattered that Nate would describe me as athletic. That is very flattering. Okay, yeah. I do the things.
I'm the actual pencil neck in this. This conversation here. I am not in great shape. I'm a desk jockey. Both Nyano and Al are in much better shape and much more exercise conscious than I am. I'm trying to fix that before I'm too old for it to be impossible to fix. But it's slow going, right?
Mm-hmm. Almantas is like Richard Simmons. That's funny.
Honestly, I'm not even certain that that's a bad comparison.
I don't have an actual objection, really, other than the fact that I'm not gay. I don't have a substantial objection.
Your hair is also considerably more.
It's more on trend.
Yeah. Well, it's mostly that you don't look like a hobbit.
I do not look like a hobbit. This is true. I look like what I am, I think, which is an old metalhead.
Precisely.
Yeah, I look like an aging metalhead is what I think I look like.
Yeah.
Where's Nanomancer?
I'm right here. Why?
Yeah, you look like Jetstream Sam.
You do.
What?
Yeah.
Well, you have the ass for it. I don't know how many times this has to be pointed out to you before you remember that it's been said about you.
It's also he does the Jetstream Sam not like the meme where he nods and touches his chin. He does that all the time.
Yeah. He does that all the time.
The meme where Jetstream Sam is smiling and nodding and he touches his chin.
Uh-huh.
You do that.
Yeah, constantly.
Yeah.
It's the very good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right,
No,
good to know.
Nyano is also very exercise conscious. He does a lot of back workouts in particular. So his back is very nice. When I am in better shape, I have considerably impressive upper body strength. I don't know whether I can actually reclaim what I had when I was younger, right? Mm-hmm. But I am, for those of you who have met me, you know that I am basically built like a tree, right?
Yeah.
I am a beanpole, as they say. Except I have very, very, very broad shoulders for a beanpole. So when I'm in good shape, I kind of just look like a tree. I don't know whether I can ever reclaim the upper body strength that I had when I was younger because I have a degenerative nerve condition. But I am trying. So that I can lift people, because people always see me and want to be picked up. So,
I'm thinking about it right now. I'm like, the list of people you could pick up with your current level of musculature is...
Kyo.
Yeah, it's thin.
Yeah.
It's a thin list.
My musculature is very poor right now. I'm trying to fix it. I'm doing my best. I am emasculated, however. So...
Yeah. You're a tall guy.
Mm.
You're a tall guy. Yeah, no. I mean, Nate, yeah, I don't know. Like again, I'm still just kind of flattered by Nate saying that he thinks that I'm athletic, because Nate's in phenomenal shape.
Yeah, that is true. He is a big guy.
But yes. Six or two.
I'm about 6'2". I'm a little under 6'2".
Mm-hmm.
It's like, also, like, I don't know whether or not I have shrunk a little. It is possible that I have, right? But yeah.
I think oddly I might have gotten a little bit taller in the last couple of years.
If you're doing a lot of leg exercise and stuff, that can actually happen, right?
I was attributing it mostly to... I feel taller, and I'm attributing it mostly to something about VTubing has caused my posture to improve. Your sister's 6'5".
Yeah, my brother's like 6'6", so my brother.
What do you mean 6'3", but your sister got all the height? Shut the fuck up. I want to hear this from people, I swear.
Sure, Nyano is shorter than either of us.
Yeah,
it's very cute. Yeah, decompress your spine, as Blue says.
Yeah, that might be it, which would be weird for a person who's doing a pretty impact-heavy sport. I do think that I am standing up taller.
Your posture, even since I've met you, your posture has improved.
Yeah, I think I'm less depressed is what's happening. I think I'm taller because I'm less depressed.
I think you're less depressed, and I think also the way that you sit and have figured out sitting and stretching for long periods of time is probably just like healthier than whatever you used to do, because you're more like conscious of your posture.
To some extent, it might actually even be the fact that I do like when I'm doing like calligraphy, I am like very hunched over, and so that makes me conscious about like sitting pretty upright when I'm gaming.
Yeah. Also, as Nate says, exercise ball.
True. Huge improvement, folks. If you can't find a comfortable chair, consider not a chair. Consider not
learning to levitate.
Yeah, consider not a chair.
Consider taking up yoga so that you can do yoga levitate and yoga teleporting, yoga fire.
You know what? I might try something for future streams. I might try to do what people seem to think I do, which is no feet on the ground while streaming. I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start doing that now. I'm no feet on the ground right now. Because normally I'm 3 points of contact, right? It's normally feet, 2 feet and ball, but I'm trying just pure 1 point contact.
Florian's lava street.
Did you see I don't know how, this is like one of those videos that's really stuck in my head, is there was a dog that figured out how to move using a yoga ball. Like to stand all 4 legs on the yoga ball and like move around with the yoga ball, and that's the only way he liked to move after that. And then a bunch of people are quote tweeting it with autistic dog.
That's pretty much right.
Yeah, it's just like really stuck in my head.
The quote I remember the most from my friend Quinn, right, is Listen, my dog is autistic. I'm autistic, but my dog is autistic,
Mhm.
right? Which is dogs are like that, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find the.
I am gonna get some floor pillows, right? Some actual like proper floor mat pillows eventually here. Because there's literally no fucking reason to bring more chairs into this damn house. There's so many chairs.
You could like break a chair a day for like a year and you would be fine. Like
Yes.
it's
Yes.
Yes,
Kotatsu soon. Kotatsu soon.
This is like one of his like long-term ambitions has always been to have a kotatsu. Like
Yes.
Like
it's not even so much that I like the heating factor of the kotatsu. That's really nice, and it will be really nice in this space in particular. But I like the way kotatsu are built, and I like the way that they are compatible specifically with large coverings. And it is hard to find other kinds of tables that do that.
Okay, my insane Japanese thing that I have thought about and definitely have not used and almost certainly will never actually want to install in a house or anything like that is Irori.
Oh, yeah.
Insane. No way. Absolutely not. Absolutely the fuck not. There are extremely good reasons to not.
Yes, there are extremely good reasons to not, but it would be so fucking cool.
It would be so cool, yeah. Like the aura would be insane. Irori are a traditional Japanese hearth, is how they are usually translated. It's a fire pit in the center of the room that you lower like cooking materials into from the ceiling. It's so bad for your health. It's so fucking bad for your health. There's a hook in the ceiling. It is so incredibly bad for your health.
If you own a house, you can do whatever the fuck you want, Quincy. Pretty much. That is
the ventilation blue is your lungs. That's why they're so bad for your health. They're horrible for your lungs.
Now, what I would really like, that I think is kind of like a descendant of the Irori in a lot of ways, right? Is underfloor storage.
Yeah.
Like refrigerated storage.
Yep.
That would be really cool. It saves so much space. I'm on a second floor, so there's no fucking way I'm doing this. But it would be so tight.
Yeah.
As it is, I will have to content myself with shikifuton and tatami and a kotatsu, and maybe if I can figure out how to build one properly, a shoji.
So I will also say that like the aura on an Irori is really great, but they're also, in addition to being horrible for your health, they're also hideously inefficient.
Hideously inefficient and kind of unsafe.
Yeah, they're extremely unsafe. Well. They're profoundly unsafe. They're extraordinarily unsafe. Honestly, it is not a surprise that most Japanese people just use induction.
Yeah.
Induction rocks. Induction's so good.
I personally prefer cooking on gas, but that's me.
I have mostly cooked on gas. I am more experienced with gas cooking than I am with other methods of cooking. I at an emotional level and at at like a convenience level, I do like gas cooking a lot, but the safety and reliability concerns do make me kind of prefer induction.
Right. Induction is also cheaper.
It does depend a lot on your local prices. Like in New York, it literally depends on the month. whether induction is
Yeah.
cheaper. This is like I've said, this is a really great showcasing of the type of nerd that I am, which was I did in fact act. So the usual methodology, right, for the usual rule of thumb for induction is that for boiling a given quantity of water, right, for boiling a gallon of water, for gas versus induction, induction is going to use about a third as many calories or joules, right? It's going to use about a third as many joules. And so if the delivery for gas to your home is 1/3 as expensive as the delivery of electricity is to your home, gas is cheaper than induction in terms of delivery. Like that's kind of the ratio here. So and it turns out that in New York they're quite close, so it depended literally on the month if induction or gas was cheaper.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
And yeah, so I would use my induction during some months and use the gas stove during other months.
Yeah, that sounds like you.
Oh, it's extremely me. It's extremely on brand for me. Yeah. But Auroras are inefficient even by the standards of wood cooking stoves in your house. They are even inefficient by that standard. They are basically just a campfire. But they look cool as hell.
That is true.
Yeah.
There's like a pulley and everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just a rope.
Yep. Which sounds really annoying.
Yep.
If it breaks, right?
Yep.
But yeah. Now you got me thinking.
That's dangerous. You can't be thinking, dog. It's bad for you.
I know, right? I shouldn't be allowed to think. What's up,
I'm going
Galaxy?
to headbutt both of you. Both of you.
You're loving your new TV? Are you watching me on your new TV?
What a world we live in where people buy television to watch Twitch.television.
Yeah.
Know your place, old man.
Yeah, I'm not important enough for the TV. You can put my VODs on the TV then, because those are on YouTube. Hello. Hold on. Wah 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 wah. How you doing?
That's my attempt. Hopefully that came through. You go to twitch.television.
I honestly haven't.
Yeah.
I haven't owned my own TV, I think, ever, and it's like never occurred to me to want to have a television that's not just like hooked up to a computer.
Yeah, I mean, I had a television when I was like 13 that I watched like Doctor Who reruns on Canadian television after the Red Green Show at like 11 p.m. when
I was going to bring up Red Green Show. I was like, what about the Red Green Show?
Yeah, no.
What about the Red Green Show?
Red Green was on at 10 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And Doctor Who was on after Red Green ended. And then, like, usually it was fucking, what is it called? The one really horny Canadian, science fiction show.
Oh, Lex.
Lex, yeah. Usually it was Lex after Doctor Who.
Lex. Wow. What a lineup. Red Green, Doctor Who, Lex. That's wild.
What's interesting is that Doctor Who was broadcast by Virginia Public Television, whereas Red Green was broadcasted by the Canadian network I was watching, and so was Lex, right? So just for some reason, in the middle of the programming block, it was Doctor Who. Maybe it was like Canadian News Time or something. And that's why they
Wild.
broadcast reruns of like British television on an American. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, but no, I love Red Green.
Red Green's so good. Lex is such a funny option to have in there.
Lex is so bizarre. Yes, Lex is Canadian public access television.
Yeah. Can't forget the second X Blue.
Yeah, Lex has 2 X's.
Remember when that was Sybil's content? Was that she was just watching Lex?
I love that. I've been trying to get her to watch Red Green, but she's currently playing Hrot, which
she's currently
is
playing actual video
amazing.
games.
Yeah, Hrot is fucking amazing. So
hard to get too mad about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Byzantium Rose.
She should play Iron Nest. She would really.
Oh no, she was squealing watching me play Iron Nest.
Salivating. Yeah, no, that is Stipplecore.
Yeah, no, it's she is more of that is more her type of game than even my type of game.
Yes. I think the only person who probably would like it more than you guys, like you and Ruru and Sybil, is like.
I can think of a couple maybes. The weird one is I think maybe Nuna would, but it's not like specifically Nuna's interest. It's just close to Nuna's interest, which was always tricky to gauge because Nuna's extremely autistic. And so very, very specific. Hell yeah, Galaxy Wolfstar. I knew we could do it. I believed in you.
Hodgepodge. Yeah, exactly. I did actually randomly see some random anime and random French shows. I will say I was never very impressed by the random anime that they show because it would be dubbed, and I was used to watching anime in Japanese on Japanese television. So would it be? Imagine the power of watching anime dubbed into Quebecois. That would be frightening, actually. Hold on. Galaxy Wolfstar, good news. Hold on, everybody, hold on.
Oh, boys, it ASMR time?
There we go. Thank you, Byzantium Rose, for giving this gift to Galaxy Wolfstar. It'll be. I'll be very powerful when I get full 3D tracking. I'll be very powerful.
True.
Any character that raps actually played by a Quebecois rapper. One of my dumbest anime stories is that after I read the Kaguya manga, I watched the Kaguya anime, and I was so amused by the rap episode that every time I tried to watch the rest of the series, I just watched the rap episode again and laughed my ass off and then went and did something else.
Yeah, that sounds like you.
Yep. My inability to actually watch TV shows.
Yep. I just remember when the ending for like episode 4, whatever the fuck it was, came out. I was just saying, like, I wish KyoAni would use their power for good. I wish just once they'd put out some show that doesn't like soothe the souls of weebs and instead attacks them just once.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my friend.
KyoAni will never do this. KyoAni will never make anything that hurts people. It's just not what they want to do.
They don't want to do that at all. They don't want to do that at all. We don't want to do that at all. Oh.
Which is tragic.
Tragic. Tragic.
How you doing?
What a tragedy.
I am doing well. I am doing something that we talked about earlier. Which is I am assembling images for a tier list.
I see. Good thing to do.
I am probably doing crimes here by selecting things based off of cuisines that I think about. So I'm distinguishing between Nepalese and Indian.
Oh no, that's fair.
Wait, which Higurashis do people not like? Is there like actually like a consensus opinion here?
I'm largely unimpressed by Higurashi as a whole, but
Understandable. I actually liked
more
it
than certain other things, but
It's interesting. I liked it in a lot of what I liked about was actually specifically the thing that you are always looking for, which is that I felt like at least the season 1 of Higurashi was designed to inflict psychic harm on weebs.
Yes. My issue with this is that it does not do this by forcing them to experience things that they do not have comfort with.
Mm-hmm.
It does this by having something that looks like what they want, and then it's mean to them. Right? Instead, like, the real issue here is that what I want is for people to leave their comfort zone and go, oh, this is nice, actually.
Okay.
Right?
Your goal is that series of interviews of people leaving the theater where they were showing Eraserhead.
Yes. More or less.
Yeah.
My general goal is to be pleasantly surprised by people's ability to expand beyond what they have determined for themselves that they like. My general goal is for people to have a general appreciation for people doing cool shit and things that are of high quality, as opposed to things that are matching their preferences. My goal is ultimately for people not to have preferences and instead to like things that are good and interesting and significant. But I know that that is a futile battle. So, like, I would just like the leader for the leading point of a conversation is, oh, it's really interesting because of the things that it does, as opposed to I really liked it because it did the thing that I enjoy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
That's the mindset that I want people to go into media with. Not, oh, it has a character who is just my type and does the cool thing. And is instead, it's really interesting because this character has a character arc that's interesting. You know? And understanding that is not based on like this thing being objectively interesting and more being about, in this particular circumstance where it has been executed in this way, it's interesting and I might not always like it, so I should try other things too. It's always about that acknowledgement that you don't know exactly what you like when you do not have universal, absolute, perfect knowledge, which you never will. So you have to try things.
Yes, true. We are going into ads.
Yeah.
We are.
I'm going to use the bathroom. As I always do. Would the two of you gentlemen feel comfortable taking over the chat, or do we want to go to all ads, to the normal ads?
I could use a drink, but
what was that, Mr. Manser?
I said I'm powerful as fuck.
Would you like to take over chat?
I need to pee. Holy crap.
Okay, then we are going to the full ads. We will be back in 3 minutes. Indeed. I would download a car. You wouldn't download a piss joke, would you? All right, I'm back.
Not canon. I have.
Terrible. A horrible choice. There's a running joke that black modes is surf rock with distortion. Excellent. What's the other similar parallel? I'm curious. I am curious about this one. That as a I was prepared briefly to be offended because of I do like gent a lot. And no, that's actually quite flattering to gent. Gent as flamenco is wonderful. I love gent. Gent is an excellent genre.
Oh God,
Sounds
you're
great.
talking about metal genres.
I know, right?
What does gent even fucking mean?
It's a genre. The reason why it's called gent is a bit of a mocking term for it. It is because the distortion on it applied makes it sound like gent. That's why it's called that. It's not a genre. Everything's a genre if you don't give a shit enough. Mm-hmm.
That metalheads will literally find any subject to argue about.
It's incredible. It's amazing.
It's
I
never
love
anything actually meaningful ever.
I love my community.
You spit on them.
These things are totally different even though they sound the same. They're totally different because the first note goes doot instead of deet, and that makes the entire song entirely different, and it needs an entire different taxonomical category associated with it. And I will cry if you disagree with me.
Listen, it's important for men to be allowed to cry.
This is true, and I will help with that.
I thought you were a masochist, not a sadist.
Listen, it hurts me, but I can still do it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think penis music is mediocre. I think it's. I don't hate it, but it's like it's carried much more by the name than it is by the content.
My actual opinion on music is that every single band should have both a full brass section and a full string section.
I could not disagree more. that sounds profoundly unappealing to me.
What, you don't like ska?
I don't like ska, and I think it would.
Jazz, though.
I do like jazz a lot. I like a lot of jazz. I like free jazz.
I like jazz. See,
I need to finish watching.
I genuinely feel like you're in like a good portion of your musical taste just comes out of like disliking the indie heads of the early 2000s.
That's non-trivial. That is non-trivial. I definitely have negative
That's
historical and emotional
where all of
associations.
My musical taste comes from disliking the emo metal heads of the early 2000s.
Well, I was in the metal mine, so I also just like the emo
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
I do like the pop of that era. I do like the pop of that era, which is unfortunate, because it's definitely the most unethical of the music from that era.
Theo, the answer to this question is that my logic is sound, even if my conclusions are not something that anybody would like, because I go through, as I said earlier, I am fucking obsessed with making sure that I have solid and found justification for any statement or position that I hold. Like, to a point where it actually is kind of insufferable to some of my friends and family members.
I have no need.
I will tell you. You have both met my mother. She has literally no patience for my explanations for why I'm not going to do something that she suggested that I do. Literally.
Yeah. All right, whatever.
More or less. The actual thing is, okay, I don't need the explanation. Every single time. Every single time.
That's good shit right
It's
there. That's
like,
powerful.
There's literally no pressure for me to do anything, but also she will not allow me to ever explain myself.
That's what happens when you raise somebody.
Mhm.
But you have reminded me that I haven't finished it, but I've been watching periodically. Demi Adejigube is going to do one backflip, and
Oh yeah.
there's a lengthy segment about jazz in there, and part of his segment about jazz that's like 20 minutes long is arguing with an audience member who just only kind of likes Radiohead. It's just like peak indie guy behavior. It's just like you don't
Yeah, pretty much.
you are not performing your love of Radiohead or Pavement sufficiently hard. So I will not leave you alone.
Is Radiohead even actually considered indie?
Man, all the indie heads I know love him.
That does not mean they're an indie band though.
Nope.
From my metalhead perspective, the most important part is the cultural signifiers.
From your metalhead perspective, the most important part is that there isn't an electric guitar. Which
No, it's
Radiohead
that there's only clean vocals.
That's not the truth for most indie, honestly. But just I'm sitting here and I'm thinking like, I like swans, right?
Mhm.
I don't know.
I don't hate all.
Like,
I don't hate all of the indie
No.
from
no, I don't
the
think
era.
you do. I think you
Yeah.
hate Vampire Weekend.
I
think
don't.
that's
I've
the
never heard a
issue.
Vampire Weekend song that I wanted to listen to a second time.
I've never heard of Vampire.
My
Weekend.
my opinion on Vampire Weekend is that every single one of their albums have been progressively better, and their most recent album is like pretty okay.
Damn.
I'm not a big Vampire. I'm a like Stars enjoyer. Stars, Postal
Raccoon City?
Service. No,
Oh.
Stars. Stars is one of the bands that made up the mega group Broken Social Scene, along with like every fucking famous indie band ever.
Mhm, mhm.
I see.
I
No,
like
the-
the National. I like Arcade Fire.
My
This is an example of like, you know,
to me the big
Yeah.
one that showcases
swing.
the exact opposite of my case. That's like the exact opposite for me. Decemberists.
I don't like the Decemberists. I think
I don't like the Decemberists at all.
I do like Sufjan Stevens.
I do like Sufjan. Sufjan is that's what I was trying to remember. I was like, I do like Sufjan. I do like Sufjan.
Do you like Beirut?
Not really.
Okay. Beirut is like middling for me. I like some of their songs. I don't
Yeah.
like all of their songs.
Yeah.
Right.
I
I mean, you know, like the epitome of my taste is the Mountain Goats.
yeah, the Mountain Goats is your favorite band. Yeah, I did know that.
The Mountain Goats is easily my favorite band.
Mhm.
I bet either of you don't know my favorite band.
The Final Fantasy 14 soundtrack.
That's not a
No,
band,
probably
bro.
not.
Well, that's why I had a question mark at the end there.
I wasn't aware that you listened to, you know, bands that weren't associated with video games. So,
Which means he listens to Perturbator.
Who the fuck is Perturbator?
They did a huge percentage of the soundtrack for Hotline Miami.
yeah.
Wait,
I was just gonna
wait.
I was just gonna
I
guess.
thought that was Carpenter Brut.
Uematsu,
Yes,
right?
Carpenter Brute's also a big one on there. They have so is Moon.
I do like Carpenter Brut quite a lot, but he's not a band.
I do like Carpenter Brut.
Carpenter Brute's great. Carpenter Brute's fantastic.
It is the right kind of terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the other genre of music that I actually genuinely really like is electronic opera. Right?
Okay.
So, which is
Yeah.
like the subgenre of post-rock that is just like way more prog focused.
Yeah.
Post-rock, sorry, of electronic rock that is prog focused. The thing about me that you have to understand, and this is the reason I like indie and why I don't like the Decemberists,
Mm-hmm.
is that I want every song to be progressive rock.
Mm-hmm.
Does not have to have the rock part. The important part is that the song starts out one way and it ends a different way, and it gets progressively more complex or less complex or something as it goes. That's what I look for. Song that is just do 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 Chorus. Do. Chorus. Bores the fuck out of me.
I have to thank Anonymous for their gift sub to Fury. Fury is one of my favorite games. They were my favorite game of 2016. I fucking love that game, and it's a very funny game to me in this conversation. I think this is why Anonymous did this. I bought Fury entirely off of the strength of the boss music that was done by Carpenter Brute.
Yeah.
I guess.
I love Your Mind. Your Mind's so good.
I don't have a lot of
it
positive things
is.
to say about
It
Fury,
is.
but I will keep my mouth shut.
You don't have a lot of what?
What?
I don't have a lot of positive things to say about Fury. I think Fury is exactly what I do not want a video game to be in every single way.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Not only is it full of shitty 80s nostalgia for a time that didn't actually exist.
It really is, yeah.
It's also obnoxiously fast, obnoxiously lacking in weight, and has no requirement that you actually understand anything that is happening in the game other than how to press buttons. And I don't care for that.
Hell yeah.
So it's one of these like post-arcade experiences that doesn't want to actually be an arcade game.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Which is something that has always irritated me as somebody who only really played video games in arcades until like 2008, right? So, yeah.
All right. I love Fury. I'm not going to fight about it because why do we need to fight about it?
We don't need to fight about it.
But
the problem with this game is that it is experiential, and I hate experiences. I do not want anybody to have them.
wants us to be just floating in the void. Timeless and immortal.
I want you to be reflecting on experiences that you have and can never recapture.
All right. But yes. But no, this is ow. I kind of lost where we were.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. I think we were talking about musical preferences, and we were guessing Nyano's favorite band, and I guessed Nobuo Uematsu.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not a band.
Yes, but I assumed you were going to not actually name a real band because
we don't expect you to actually have a band a specific band.
I'm deeply hurt, actually.
Actually, no. I do know that there are bands that you really like, right? The point is more that I was expecting you to be playing a wizard trick because you usually are playing a wizard trick when you do this.
No wizard tricks this time.
All right, what is the non-wizard trick then?
I don't know. You gotta guess it first.
I'm fucking lost, man. Hello, smoke detector alarm.
It's brutal. Neither of you know that my roots are in 70s and 80s rock.
Interesting.
I mean, it tracks, but I'm not surprised.
Interesting. Is it King Crimson?
No.
Oh. Is it Floyd?
No.
It's not King Crimson, it's not Floyd. What would it be if not King Crimson or Floyd? ABBA? ABBA's a funny option.
That is a funny option.
ABBA is a funny option. Of course, Scaldy would say that.
One of our most notable Swedish exports, yes.
Yes. My favorite band's favorite band, ABBA. Yeah, it's great, isn't it, Theo? It's fantastic. Is it Queen?
Queen is really high up there.
Why isn't it Queen? It should be Queen.
Why isn't it Queen?
Yeah, make it Queen.
No.
Promote Queen.
I like Queen. I listen.
Queens can't promote. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Bounce Queen
Honestly,
up there.
it's torn. It's just between
Queen is the highest
Foreigner?
value piece it can't promote.
It's torn between Foreigner and like Van Halen.
Oh, okay. Foreigner,
Really?
I can't even remember what Foreigner sounds like, but Van Halen, that's a.
You're as cold as ice?
Oh, I do remember the song. Okay, yeah. See, this is. I don't always have the best memory. All right, man. You know this.
That's okay. Neither do I. That's why I forget I have favorite bands.
Yeah.
I guess he was hoping that we would guess so that we would name whichever one was his favorite so he could remember it.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the truth is, my other big thing is, of course, hip hop.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, like which, you know, it makes sense that I would like indie rock if I also like hip hop, because there is a similar lyrical focus and focus on like relatively hard hitting motifs, right? Motifs and licks, and
I have,
you know,
I have the crappiest. I have the most boring taste in hip hop and rap.
So you like Wu-Tang?
I do like Wu-Tang. It's true. I like Tech Nine the most, though. I like Tech Nine
quite a bit too.
I like the Coup as well. But I think Tech Nine's my favorite.
I actually
rapper.
I like one of my actual favorite hip hop groups is Buddha Brand,
Okay.
who are
Okay.
Japanese.
Yeah.
I like Buddha Brand. I really like Shaka Zombie, which is
Mhm.
a cool fucking name for a band, by the way.
Mhm.
This is a reference to Shaka Zulu. I don't know. I like Japanese hip hop a lot. I think Japanese hip hop is quite excellent a lot of the times. The language lends itself extremely well to the style of music, right?
Yeah, I think it does. I think you are correct about that.
A lot of my other favorite bands are bands that I'm sure like very few people other than like Nor have ever heard of, because they're like Japanese shoegaze bands.
Yeah.
Right. And that's obscure. See, the way you know that you're not in the AI hole is if you're getting recommended Japanese shoegaze bands with 90 views.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just how many views Japanese shoegaze bands get on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's like the upper quotient, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just true.
Japanese shoegaze is fucking insane, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how I would describe it is up-tempo post-rock. This shit is like...
That's interesting.
Not like American shoegaze at all.
If it's close to a post-rock, that's actually kind of compelling as a big post-rock fan. You like post-rock a lot. But up-tempoing, that doesn't feel like the problem with post-rock. I feel like it needs more minor keys.
Usually, with post-rock usually has like a very long build-up. The big difference with Japanese shoegaze and its relationship to post-rock is that it goes from the part where the post-rock explodes and then it slows down, usually. Right? I mean, my favorite Japanese shoegaze band is My Dead Ex-Girlfriend, which is a very interesting band with a very interesting lyrical style. But largely it is like this like electronic fucking nightmare of a soundscape, right? Very obvious piano influence in their composition. Given that I am a piano player, not a very good one, but I am a piano player. That also plays into a lot of what I prefer in music. This is why I like Prokofiev, right?
Okay.
Piano is like probably my favorite instrument compositionally. So Prop to Rock's okay. I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to say I have any actual genre preference that isn't just progressive, right? There are things that I like, but they all kind of boil down to I like when the song change when it go. I like song that go one way and then change. It boring if it no change. And then everything else is like these specific characteristics. Because I'm not an experientialist. It's really hard for me to care about the experience and the texture of something. I care about what it is materially, more or less, right? So like it's all narrative. It's all about narrative. Prop to Rock. I was kind of making a joke, right? I was kind of running with your joke, but I'm sure it is. Watch, I'll Google Prop to Rock and it'll tell me some shit that some metalhead that two people I've talked to in their lives have made up.
This is what we're here for, baby.
It is a specific Canadian indie band.
Looper Rock.
So, Propter Hawk. I don't know, you can just say anything and it's probably a metal genre. It's just how it works. You just like grunt a bunch of times and somebody would tell you that that's their favorite genre of metal.
It's so true. It's so true.
It's really funny. It's honestly really fun. I'm giving metalheads a lot of shit. I don't actually have any issue with metalheads. This is just a taxonomic nightmare for me. Right?
The thing about metalheads, right, is that we're insufferable, but we have a pretty good sense of humor about it.
Yeah.
So that does make it a lot more tolerable, right?
It is honestly specifically that I feel like what is going on here is that metalheads are trying to take something that somebody else created and turn it into self-identification.
Yeah.
And this is a thing that irks me in every category that it happens in.
Mm-hmm. Stop
trying to make the thing specifically personalized to you so that you don't have to actually communicate about it. That's what drives me nuts. It's just always what it kind of is, right? Yeah. Jazz does this too, and it's also dumb there. Just learn to actually describe the qualities that the thing that you like has, rather than coming up with a label for it that is twice as long as describing the qualities that the thing you have. You know, like that's always what it feels like to me. Like metalheads want to say 2 words and have it convey, 5 paragraphs, but it just doesn't because it's a shibboleth.
To a certain extent, it's the process of being a metalhead is the process of trying to see how far you can compress information down, and then telling the person who did that information compression that they're wrong about their information compression and explaining why it is. It is very much around this.
In order to murder language and make it impossible to communicate in human speech.
They're doing it's analytic philosophy, right? It's that's what's going on
at some
here.
level, yes, but it is also fundamentally, I feel, because of how metalheads are, as thinky as they like to pretend they are, ultimately they want to grunt and scream.
Yeah. I want to be clear. I'm being pretty demeaning by calling it analytic philosophy. I have a lot of. I tend to have a bit of a sneer about analytical philosophy. Hello, Machinist 43. Hello.
Oh yeah, why?
Because I think that the fundamental questions that analytic philosophy is engaging with are often a retreat from dealing with more important problems.
This is true.
So the main, how familiar? What do you think analytic philosophy means, Mr. Manser?
Does it have anything to do with Hegel?
No, it's the opposite tradition.
I see. No idea then.
Okay, yes. Analytic philosophy is the philosophical tradition that is mostly associated with America and the United Kingdom, wherein the primary problems being considered are the question of how do you properly convey and understand truth statements.
It is more
truth statements.
It's more in Russell.
Yeah, Russell is the big one, right? It's Russell,
Brand?
it's Frege. No.
Yeah, Frege.
Bertrand Russell.
Yeah.
Bertrand Russell.
And G.E. Moore.
Bertrand Russell.
Yeah.
Frege.
Very strange man. Very strange man.
And the big one, of course, is Wittgenstein.
Yeah.
Good old Ludwig von Wittgenstein.
Who I do not have a lot of respect for, I will say.
I actually like Wittgenstein. I like later Wittgenstein. Early Wittgenstein,
okay,
I'm like,
that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. So, the main reason analytical philosophy crosses my desk, so to speak, right? Is the linguistic turn.
Yes. Very important for linguistics.
Which is probably the only significant thing I feel came out of analytic philosophy that matters to me anyways, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Because one of the problems with philosophy, definitely, has always been the fucking philosophers sitting there mumbling into their coffee.
Yes.
We gotta kill him.
And not making any attempt to be coherent or declarative in any of their statements. I feel that this is one of the issues with philosophy and talking to philosophy majors in particular. But with talking to philosophers is that they have a tendency to hide behind the unclear nature of philosophy to avoid making any sort of declarative statement. Which I personally find a little bit cowardly.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
This is because I like confrontation. This is because my ideal form of academic rigor is basically headbutting each other rhetorically.
Yeah.
And a lot of philosophy tries to avoid that, and I find it very insufferable when somebody will, or a position will be, well, yes, but if you think about it this way, I'm actually right, and there is something to what I have to say. And I'm like, shut up. Shut up. Stop broadening your position to be all-inclusive. That makes it meaningless. It drives me insane. Like, actually. Like, the one that particularly drives me insane is, pragmatism. Right? When people act like pragmatism as a philosophy just means whatever is convenient to accomplishing their goals. Which is
which is not what philosophical pragmatism is as a stance, right? It's not what James was doing.
No.
Yeah, that's
a lot of philosophical pragmatism is about divorcing morality from philosophical stature.
Yeah, which is in my opinion admirable. Because I have said this before, I won't take over your stream with it, don't worry, but I do not think morality is useful outside of a personal level. I think it is only useful internally and has no value externally. I think that ethics has great value, but morality does not. Because you can never truly reconcile your internal sense of morality with the exterior world. Is my opinion, and it is impossible and frankly untowards to expect another person to conform to your moral sensibility. And in order for your morality to have any influence on the exterior world, you must force another to conform to it. So, meanwhile, systems of ethics are quite useful because they form a society that can do less harm. But yeah, I am quite poisoned against by my years of theology. I am quite poisoned against but you see, that is also part of my grand philosophy position that people take when they want to either win arguments or not be challenged. If you're familiar with this at all, right? I don't know if you've ever experienced this. I think what has happened is that my attention span broke.
Oh, it seems like it did.
Yeah, I think that is what has happened here.
Totally fair.
Is that my attention span just broke in half in the middle of this conversation. I don't quite know what happened there,
fair.
but
okay, that's fair.
I just collapsed mentally here.
Okay.
That might be wrapping up time.
That's fair.
Yeah. Did not do any calligraphy today, which is a bit of a shame because I do have some calligraphy I would like to have gotten done. I guess I will have to do that when I wake up in the morning. 1, 2, 3. 4 birthday messages and 1 letter. I probably wasn't gonna write the letter on stream because that's to a family member. But if you guys don't need to see that, I guess I should.
Yes, I do.
See my hand. Hello on my keyboard. But what I was actually trying to show was the schedule. Tomorrow is going to be Timberborn Tuesday. I want to go back to the hard mode run, and we'll be doing Timberborn. Because I did get this excellent art of me as a beaver. This excellent beav art, as you might say. I love this beav art. And then on Wednesday, no stream. Thursday, we are painting. And Friday at approximately 10 p.m. It is probably not going to be precise because I may be running to other obligations leading into it. Infinity on the Discord. I believe it'll be me and Shark Ray, which should be a pretty different vibe from the previous Infinity matches because I will be the less experienced partner. In the matchup. So that's going to be interesting. Probably Scaldy. My main work day is Saturday. I tend to I tend to need to run to get ready for work after that. That I am doing anything on Fridays is already a major concession. That's already a pretty major change, and even then I might not be able to sustain it into the future. Next week I will not be able to because next week I will be at Ufkai. We'll be Ufkaiing. The three boys here will be at the Kai that is off. Will be the Kai that is off.
That's just patently false.
It is patently false. Yes. Kai will be on. All right. Let's socials. Those are my socials. There is my Discord. It is the place where you are the most likely to see me when I am not actively streaming.
I never see you there.
That is a lie.
Yeah,
It's because you don't pay attention.
You are seeing me there literally right now.
So I am.
Literally at this exact moment. You are in a voice call with me on that Discord server.
Shh, that's not a real
Can't
place.
tell them that.
Hello, adders. Hello, adders. Let me look around for raid targets. I have one in mind, but you know what? We're definitely going with her. We are going to raid my good friend Ratmost.
Huzzah.
I like Ratmost. They have been away for some time.
And now they are back, baby.
They are back.
Back.
And they are doing Dwarf Romantic, which is a game that almost everybody finds relaxing but me. I find it to be one of the most stressful games on the planet. I cannot handle Dwarf Romantic.
See, I was thinking you were about to say Dwarf Fortress, and I was going to be like, relaxing?
Dwarf Fortress. I know some people who chill out to Dwarf Fortress. I am more chill playing. I chill out more to Dwarf Fortress than I do to Dwarf Romantic. Dwarf Romantic is like exactly the type of game that stresses me out.
I don't trust you people.
The truth of the matter is that I stress out over perfection. That's the thing that stresses me out the most. And Dwarf Romantic is a perfectible game. Hold on, that was bad. All right. We are gone. Thank you for enjoying my time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to me have very uninformed and stupid opinions about Final Fantasy XIV. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.